Welcome to the E&I committee meeting of the 27th of October. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again, but I hope this is our last virtual committee meeting, and I hope that the next time we meet it will be in person. Can I welcome you all and today, and for the proceedings, can I remind councillors and officers to use the chat box to attract my attention. I can't see everybody on my screen at one time, and it's the only way I'll see if you have a question to ask or a comment to make. Can I ask if there are any apologies?
Yes, Convener, we have an apology from Councillor Baird with Councillor Stewart substituting.
Thank you very much. And can you take the roll call for us, please?
Morning, members. When I call out your name, if you could please confirm that you're present. Convener, we've heard from yourself. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Barnacle.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Councillor Duff.
Present.
Councillor Gray.
Present.
Councillor Jarvis.
Here.
Councillor Lane.
Present.
Councillor McCall.
Present.
Councillor Parrott.
Yep.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
Councillor Simpson.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Good morning, everyone. Present.
Councillor Stewart.
Present.
And Councillor Williamson.
Present.
Thank you. All members are present, Convener.
Thank you, Kirsten. In the absence of Vice Convener Baird, who is enjoying a well-deserved break, and I think we'll all agree that after the effort she put in at the council meeting a few weeks ago, she certainly deserves it. I'm taking all the papers myself, so it's my intention to have a comfort break round about 11:30, depending on how the meeting's playing out. Can I ask if there are any declarations of interest on any of today's items, and if there are, can you put DI in the chat box, and I'll wait for a few seconds to see if there are any. Okay, assuming my chat box is working, I have no declarations of interest, so we will move on. We have a request for a deputation, so the committee is asked to consider this request from Steve Rimmer, who's a resident in Perth. It's in relation to the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit report. Can I have the agreement that we'll hear from Mr. Rimmer just before that report?
Agreed.
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 Excellent, thank you very much. Can I also ask committee if we can agree the minutes of our previous meeting, which was 18th of August, and they have been circulated to you?
Agreed.
Excellent.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to ask Claire Mailer to give us a service update on what's been happening over the last few weeks, and we'll open this up to just a few minutes of short questions once Claire's finished. And before I start, Claire, can I, on behalf of the committee, thank you for stepping up to the post of deputy. Well, I know you were appointed as deputy director and then immediately became acting director, interim, I think is the phrase we like to use in the council. So can I thank you on behalf of all of us for the work you've put in over the last few months, and you and I have worked quite closely together over the last few months, and I've certainly benefited from your knowledge, experience and guidance. So thank you for that. So Claire, it's over to you now, please.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, councillors. Staff within communities, and more specifically within our environment and infrastructure teams, continue to undertake a wide range of activities, maintaining day-to-day service delivery and indeed preparing for winter and the year ahead. Many of the teams are facing challenges in relation to catching up on work delayed due to COVID, in responding to additional demands and indeed new challenges presented by increased costs and delays within the construction sector that we're all too aware of. In addition, many staff do continue to respond to additional COVID-related activity. Despite this, all teams continue to go that extra mile in the true spirit of public service. The roads maintenance team have been exceptionally busy. More than 14,000 gullies have been cleansed so far this year, which represents 45% of our annual target. With a full-time repair crew now in place, almost 4,000 potholes have been repaired on a first-time permanent basis since the start of the financial year. And to the end of August, roads maintenance schemes totalling more than 8 million had been undertaken. You'll all be aware that despite maintaining very good performance prior to COVID, we faced a few challenges over the last 18 months with household contamination. I'm therefore pleased to report that our Stick to the Six campaign is paying off and household recycling contamination rates are starting to reduce. In September, contamination dropped below the 20% threshold, and an October sample data showed a significant drop with average contamination rate of 13.6%, well within our contractual limits. Our traffic network teams have been progressing the design and delivery of the cycling Walking Safer Routes project with good progress and an anticipated full allocated budget spend to be achieved by the year end. Meeting with ward members have commenced to consider road safety scheme priority lists. The vehicle activated signs work is also going well, with approximately 50 signs to be installed out of a list of 85 requested sites. Sites have been identified, consultation is due to begin shortly, again with local elected members and communities. And as part of the iBike project, the team have had 80 interactions with schools involving 855 pupils and 33 volunteer supported activities, with 96 members of school staff and other adults taking part in a wide range of these iBike activities. Within operations, we continue to maintain full curbside collection levels and have been working closely with crews and unions in recent weeks to support a return to 3 operatives in a cab. We introduced this from the 4th of October on a voluntary basis and currently have 10 crews trialling this at the moment. Elected members will be aware of the HGV shortage nationally. We have no concerns within the team at the moment. We're continuing to monitor and oversee our numbers, and short and long-term actions are being considered to ensure that our driver numbers remain sufficient to maintain ongoing service delivery. In relation to street lighting, performance has been excellent, with 98% of reported lighting faults fixed within 7 days. Our average time to repair is 2 days, and 100% of emergencies are attended to within 4 hours. In regulatory services, food safety inspections have recently recommenced post-pandemic, and the teams are currently targeting higher risk food premises first. The Comrie Flood Protection Scheme is progressing well. It's currently awaiting deemed planning consent from the Scottish Government, but powers relating to the scheme are now live as of the 15th of October. In terms of economic development, you'll all be aware of the completion of St Paul's and the opening of the public space has been very well received. The area, as you will be aware, is now being used as an event space. Implementation of the two new funding schemes, Adapt Your Property Fund and Open for Business Fund, is underway to assist property owners and tenants. And in terms of tourism, funding was secured from Visit Scotland to support the development of a strategic tourism infrastructure development plan to address key pressure point locations across Perth and Kinross in respect of required visitor infrastructure. So, for example, toilets, parking and waste facilities and overnight camping. A project officer has been seconded for this purpose, and we hope the plan will be completed by the end of this year. 2 projects have also secured funding from Visit Scotland and are now being implemented at the RSB Lochleven site and the Aberfeldy River Tay Hub. A further application with the Scottish Canoe Association for its site at Grantley has also been submitted, and we hope to hear about a decision within the next month. And as with other local authorities, we await guidance from the Scottish Government on the future funding rounds of the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund. Over the summer months, the visitor ranges have proven to be a huge success, engaging very closely with local residents, visitors, businesses, landowners, and indeed external partners to ensure a positive experience for everyone wishing to enjoy Perth and Kinross and everything it has to offer. And I have to say the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. We're just about to go out and do a consultation feedback session over the course of the next few weeks, and if there are any improvements, that will inform our approach for next year. Our involvement in supporting community vaccination centres has continued. The enormous partnership effort between health colleagues, the Health and Social Care Partnership, Live Active Leisure and all council teams and community volunteers has supported the delivery of a significant number of vaccines to our families, friends and communities, and staff within our service have been front and centre of much of this work. Very much it's been a great example of the Perth and Kinross offer in action, and of significant note, obviously at the heart of this work has been the support and activity of the volunteers whose help has been invaluable. And finally, it's the end of October, so our winter planning arrangements are well underway. Barbara, our Gold Commander, had a winter planning session with all of us last week, and we've got plans across the full council and indeed within the Environment Service so that we're ready for the winter ahead. The team already has over 11,000 tonnes of salt in stock, and further stocks are currently being brought in. We also have got our winter comms campaigns planned, which will include our usual winter messages to ensure that the public are kept informed, a Stick to the Six campaign with a festive twist, and this year a Green Christmas campaign will be launched to encourage people to think about the environmental impact as they go about their Christmas festivities and planning. Thank you, and we would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Claire, for such a comprehensive outline of what's been happening. And although it does feel as though the pandemic has come to an end and the world is getting back to normal, I think I can say with absolute certainty that the backlog of work within the service still remains. And I'd ask all elected members just to think carefully about the workload that some of our colleagues or some of our staff are under, particularly in roads and traffic, before they ask for work to be done or put some pressure on the department. So thank you for that, Claire. I'm happy to take a few questions for Claire. So if you could keep them very short, and ask Claire to keep her answers very short as well. So anyone who has a question, please stick Q in the chat box for me now. Thank you. Councillor Lane, first of all, please.
Thanks for that update, Claire. It was very hard to take in all the information. I didn't realise it would be so much information, but we don't have a paper, or it was more like a briefing session than something to come to committee, really. But I'll pick on a couple of points there, because the roads repairs, we only get part of the story there. You were giving a figure for first-time permanent repairs. Could you give me the figure for temporary repairs that have been done? Please. And the other thing was relating to the bin collections and the red tagging that we've introduced. You didn't mention that in your report there, that we now sometimes, if we find any contamination within a blue bin, we leave that bin, red tag it, so it'll sit there for two weeks, another fortnight, so it could be a month before it's emptied. I was just wondering if what the work had been done to see how negatively that impacts on recycling within the blue bin framework, and the possibility that people may say, if my rubbish is going to be left for a month, I'll just put it into the green bin, so it's not sitting around. So it was just, that was a couple of questions on the report that you gave there, but just things that weren't mentioned within it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lane, for your question. I'll ask Mark to come in with the response in terms of the temporary road repairs. In terms of your questions regarding the red tags, as you will be aware, performance in terms of contamination prior to COVID was exceptionally good. We performed very well. Understandably, throughout the course of the last 18 months, we've faced particular challenges. Obviously, more people are at home. The recycling centres were shut for a period of time, and then contamination rates have increased above our 20% threshold. So as a result, we really very much have been focusing on our Stick to the Six campaign. And as you'll have heard within my briefing, certainly that is having paying dividend, and we are seeing improvements. I do, however, understand that when we are red tagging the bins, then that can be challenging for people. And I think it's really important that we make sure that people understand, have got the key messages, what's within the Stick to the Six, what can go within the bins, and then we will, red tag. But I think it's important that we take feedback from communities where we have red tagged, we give them more information in terms of why the bins have been red tagged, and we continue to push out the messages in terms of the Stick to the Six. It's a really difficult balance for us in terms of getting that information out there and encouraging people to put what they should be within the bins, but we do continue to take feedback, and we will improve as we go. And if any complaints or concerns are raised by the public, then we take those on board to inform improvements going forward. But yeah, I do accept that it is difficult for some people if they have been red tagged and then there is a delay in terms of them getting the bin back. We've not had any evidence that that is resulting in people then not bothering and then just putting everything into one of their other bins to date, but there is ongoing monitoring by the team in that respect and will continue to do so.
Thanks. If you don't mind me coming back, Convener, the question was how much work was done prior to taking this decision on what the negative impact could be, because we wouldn't just do it without looking at all scenarios, I wouldn't imagine.
Mark, would you like to give a bit of an overview in terms of the kind of the work that we did prior to introducing the campaign and the work?
Yeah, thanks, Claire. I think my understanding of the approach in terms of tagging the bins and not emptying them is something that we've done for some time now. So it certainly would predate me. And I think I would just add in terms of what Claire was saying, it's a very difficult balance. We have a situation where we are, and we've seen contamination increase during COVID, and we've got a choice. We've got a choice whether we pick the bin up and we empty it, then we take a load to the dump and it's turned away and we receive a hefty penalty, or we actually say to residents, well, no, we're not going to collect the bin, and this is the reason why. And I absolutely understand, Councillor Lane, there has been one or two occurrences that I'm aware of where we've tagged the bin, we haven't provided the information as to why we've done that, but we are improving and increasing the training for our staff to remind them to do that. And we're also increasing our activity around educating residents as well. And what we're hoping to do is to actually engage with residents and knock on the door and explain to them before we come to collect the bin why it's contaminated and where they've gone wrong. So I absolutely understand it. It's not ideal by any means to leave a bin unemptied and basically leave a problem for a resident. But as I said, it's a balance between collecting them and incurring hefty penalties, which we have done, or not collecting them and trying to educate them in terms of why they've gone wrong and how to fix it. So hopefully that's gone some way to answer your question.
No, sorry, you're not really, because I've not heard what work was done beforehand.
Councillor Lane, Mark, can I just intervene at the moment? This was meant to be a brief. I was meant to be a briefing, and I think the clue is in the word. It was going to be brief. I understand, Councillor Lane, that you have an issue with that, and I'm going to suggest that perhaps you and Mark, and perhaps Claire, if that's necessary, pick that up out with the meeting. This was a short briefing to give everyone an outline of what's been going on. I don't want this to turn into an hour-long debate about something, so I'm going to move on, and I'm going to ask Mark and Claire to speak with you offline about that particular question and answer that, if that's okay. And I know Mark is still to come back on the pothole issue. Before he does that, I'm just going to say the last question I have is Councillor Donaldson. We're not going to take any more questions after that. Claire, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, just to say that we do have a briefing coming to leaders on Monday, so the senior officer will be attending a leaders meeting on Monday, Councillor Lane, so we'll get more detail in response to your specific query for that.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Mark, can you just quickly finish up on the pothole question, then we'll move on to Councillor Bailey. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I don't see, or I don't think we measure the number of temporary fixes as a percentage of total fixes. I think, you know, in terms of the reason why we fix things on a temporary basis is generally to do with road safety and the need to get to a pothole or an issue quickly. But I haven't got any figures around the percentage. What I do have is percentage of first time fixes, and our target for the year is 80%. In terms of that target over the full year, we're looking to it, or we're confident we will complete that. So 80% will be fixed as a first time permanent. And our individual performance in September was actually 89%. So hopefully that answers your question. But I can see if the team do record further information around the types of defects and the temporary repairs, if that would help.
Yeah, I think that would help. It'd be very useful if you could bring that back to the next Environment Committee. And again, the definition that if we're still using the same definition of first time permanent, that would be helpful. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, thanks, Mark. We'll see what the agenda looks like for the next committee meeting before we make commitments to that. Councillor Bailey, please.
Thank you, Convener. A quick question on the 20% threshold for contaminants in our waste contract, or a recycling contract, I should say. Is that 20% by weight or 20% by volume? And then I may have a short follow-up based on the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is it's by weight. So I don't know. Well, yeah, my understanding is it's by weight, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. And in that case, have we done things to consider targeting our message? Because with it being by weight, presumably contaminants such as glass would have a far bigger impact on our achievement of that target compared to contaminants like messy pizza boxes. Is that something we've considered around targeting our message?
I think what we've got with quite a detailed analysis of the issues in terms of what materials are being contaminating the loads, and that's why we've moved to the Stick to 6 campaign, because we've identified the 6 things which people are regularly or mostly get wrong, if you like. So we've targeted around those six areas, which we think if they're the things that can be addressed, the performance will increase. And as I've said, in our last monthly performance had reduced down to 13%. So we definitely look at the most prevalent, and we focus on.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, very reassuring.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bailey. Next question from Councillor Parrott, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. I fully appreciate that the business of the right sort of recyclable waste is a complex and thorny one, and I think that education is key to the solution. Yeah. But I do wonder, has anyone done, if you like, what you might call the cost-benefit analysis in terms of how much we can afford to spend on education of people before we are actually spending a lot more than we would pay in fines for, if you like, presenting inappropriate waste? That there has to be a balance somewhere along that line. Thanks.
Who's going to take that question?
I can take that, Convener. No, I completely agree with Councillor Parrott. There absolutely is. You know, it doesn't make any sense. I think the penalties in the last 12 months have been in excess of £100,000. So it doesn't make any sense to spend that money on penalties when we could be spending it on education. And I completely agree. We're looking to employ a couple of waste minimisation officers to get that number down. I think it's probably a more complicated calculation, because as well as the fact that the pure numbers around reducing that £100,000 of penalties, there's obviously the benefits from reducing waste generally. There's obviously the benefits from the climate change aspect of that, and also the balance of well is we haven't got infinite budgets, have we? So we need to spend the money as wise as we can. But you're absolutely right, Councillor Parrott. It doesn't make any sense to spend £100,000 plus on penalties. We would much rather spend that. Well, we would much rather not see that at all. But we wouldn't necessarily spend that £100,000 on education. But there is that fine balance. You're absolutely right.
Thanks very much for that, and I certainly take your point and agree with you that actually overall reduction of waste has to be an objective as well. Many thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Parrott. And Mark, just very quickly, do you happen to know the cost of the advertising campaign that was run in conjunction with Dundee and Angus councils? You may not know it off the top of your head.
No, I haven't got that figure, but I would say it's significantly less than the £100,000 penalties, but I can certainly provide that figure.
Okay, I think given the chat that we're having about this, it might be useful if we organised a briefing on the process behind this and some more stuff on waste for all members of the committee. So Barbara and I will deal with that over the course of the next couple of weeks. Final question to Councillor Donaldson, please.
Thank you, Convener. I suspect I may have jumped the gun. Are we only taking here questions on the service update? Because I've got 2 questions on the annual performance report.
Yeah, I'm afraid you have jumped the gun. We're still to get to that. This was just meant to be a couple of very short questions over what Claire said at the start, but we're moving on to that just in the next couple of seconds, Councillor Donaldson. Well, thank you very much for those questions. Thanks, Claire, for that. And that takes us on to item 5 on our agenda today, which is the annual performance report. Oh, sorry. Councillor McCall, did you have a comment?
It was, Convener, and I promise it won't be long. It was literally just to say thank you very much indeed for the update. I think officers have done a fantastic job. I understand the problems that they've faced coming out of the pandemic the way they did. They have managed to keep everything going exceptionally well. And I know we've focused on a couple of things regarding bin collections and being environmentally friendly. I can understand the issues that we've all got to face. We've said before many times that we have to start looking at everything we do as a council through the lens of an environmentally friendly. And one of the biggest problems we have environmentally is waste, and more specifically food waste. So I don't think we're doing anything wrong in what we put forward, but I do understand you wanting to bring that at a later stage. But I really just wanted to comment that I think officers have done a fantastic job, and this particular service update showed it.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. That takes us on to item 5. It's the annual performance report and the business management improvement plan. And I will hand over to Barbara Renton and ask her to introduce the report and take some questions afterwards. Barbara.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, councillors. It's once again my privilege to introduce the Perth and Kinross Council Communities Service Annual Performance Report, Business Management and Improvement Plan for the financial year 2020 to 2021. This provides an overview of how the teams within the community service have worked together in what can be best described as an extraordinary year as a result of the global pandemic. This is also the first report for the new community service and recognises changes to business areas within the service, the transfer of property services to corporate and democratic services, and the inclusion of innovation and culture and communities as well. The report gives an update on the progress made on delivering against strategic objectives as set out within the Council's corporate plan, as well as recognising the exceptional challenges faced across Perth and Kinross as a result of COVID-19. Despite the circumstances we've been working under, the Business Management and Improvement Plan element outlines a number of priorities which will be our focus over the coming months and years. And these will be subject to change as we move forward and as we find out more about what our communities need and what your priorities are going forward as well. The report highlights the relevant key performance indicators used to measure progress against our objectives. Clearly, direct comparisons of data to previous years may not always be appropriate given the pandemic and the resultant impact that this has had upon service availability and deliverability. We will, however, continue to monitor our performance and ensure that you as elected members have the opportunity to scrutinise our performance and that we continue to learn from our performance data. I'm delighted that the report highlights some of the positive achievements that we have made against our outcomes and how we have adapted and responded in these difficult times to support our local businesses and communities. The achievements include our dedicated waste crews and support staff who've ensured that we maintained a full curbside waste and recycling service to all domestic households and commercial customers throughout the pandemic, with 100 bin collection routes completed each week. The Cross Tay Link Roads scheme, which has received planning approval. Spaces for People funding, which allowed us to install measures across Perth and Kinross, such as 20 mile an hour and 40 mile an hour speed limits in 44 towns and villages, school exclusion zones in 8 areas, and additional cycle parking as well. The Intelligent Street Lighting project was completed, and in addition, public Wi-Fi was provided to towns across Perth and Kinross. The Economic Wellbeing Plan has been developed and agreed and sets out an ambitious economic development programme that will assist people, businesses and places to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and reposition our local economy to respond to future challenges and opportunities. And our community green spaces were used even when restrictions were at their tightest by so many of our residents across the council area, providing both physical and mental health benefits. While recognising our achievements, the report also recognises some of the challenges that we still face as a service. These are shown in the report as priorities for the forthcoming year and beyond, and as I said earlier, recognising that these may change and will change as we become more aware of the impacts on our communities. I continue to be grateful to all officers across our communities service and to you, our elected members, for supporting us while we continue to address the biggest global pandemic in generations, biggest global crisis in generations. And in particular, I would also like to add my thanks to the work that Claire has done since her appointment as Deputy Director and stepping up so well during my time as the Interim Chief Executive. Finally, while we have not got everything right or made the progress we would all have liked during 2021, it's not for the lack of commitment, dedication, passion and compassion shown by officers across the service. I continue to be very proud of the work that they have done and will continue to do so. We are, Convener, more than happy to take any questions on the report, which, as all committee members will be aware, need to be on the remit of this committee and not the entirety of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And yes, just to reinforce what Barbara said, the questions are only allowed if they're relating to the E&I committee. So thank you for that introduction, Barbara. Questions coming through, first of all, from Councillor Williamson, followed by Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Convener. My question comes in two parts. The first part is on page 47 about municipal waste collected and recycled. What I was looking for was details on how much money would we have saved if we'd achieved the 60% recycling targets.
Okay, we'll maybe take that one first. I'm guessing with such a big report, we may not have someone here that can answer every question, Barbara, but is there someone that can answer that question for Councillor Williamson?
I would suggest either Claire or Mark.
Mark, I don't know if you're able to answer the question, or Caroline is here as well. She might have some information.
Sorry, I don't think we'll be able to have that level of detail with us, Councillor Williamson, but again, I could certainly get back to you on that. But I certainly haven't got the figures at hand.
Thank you, Mark. Can everyone get a copy of the answer, please, when you get it out to Councillor Williamson?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all of the questions that we can't answer or any further information that we need to provide will go to all elected members of this committee. Thank you, Councillor Ford.
Councillor Williamson, does that affect your second question?
No, it's basically a completely different tangent, but essentially because we're having to take more visits to a landfill sites, I suspect that we're probably having to incur more damage to our vehicles, particularly through punctures and suspension, etc. And I was just wondering, how much is that actually costing the council as a whole to replace tyres?
Well, that's a very detailed question, Councillor Williamson. I'm going to ask Mark, but I'm willing to bet you won't have that detail to hand either.
We will certainly have that information, Councillor Williamson, in the sense that we monitor all our vehicles. We've got detailed reports on each vehicle, etc. But in terms of the extent of the additional journeys and the impact on vehicles, all I'd be able to need to do is make a comparison with this year and previous years and provide you with budget information and spend information on the vehicles. But clearly, as I'm sure you wouldn't expect me to have that information with me, but I can certainly again provide that to the committee, to yourself and committee.
And could I also ask Mark, are we, when we are replacing tyres, are we going for brand new tyres or are we going for remolds?
Yeah, no, we always go for brand new tyres, and we think that again that is the best economical way to deal with these things, as opposed to remolds or second-hand parts of any description. But we always go for new.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Duff, please.
Thanks, Convener. My question's in relation to the local full fibre network, which is mentioned on page 31 of the report. I just wanted confirmation that is now complete, and I wondered if any of the other Scottish cities have such a facility in place.
Okay, who can answer that question? Claire?
David Littlejohn has indicated that he can answer.
Oh, thank you, David. I didn't see that.
That's okay. Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Duff. The project was in two parts. There was the Perth City contract, and then there was the kind of wider local rollout into assets in the rural area. So the Perth City project has been completed. The other contract is underway. Perth is not unique in that. It's fair to say other cities, but not all of them, have the same extent of an ultra fibre network in their urban areas. So it's great news for Perth, but we're ahead of the game compared with, for example, Inverness and Stirling, and to some extent Aberdeen. But Dundee, Edinburgh, Glasgow also have a fibre network. I think where we'll be different is actually our rollout into the rural areas as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. The last question in my chat box, assuming it's working correctly, is Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Convener. I've actually got two, if that's okay, if you have your indulgence in that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this one might be for Mr. Littlejohn as well, actually. I'm looking at page 24 of the report, and I'm going back to the business barometer survey that we did, and how 80% of businesses reported a loss of income due to the pandemic. I'm sorry about this, David, I'm going to bang on about this, but do we have any update information on that? Did we do another survey? Did the £82 million worth of grants actually make the difference that we thought it was going to? Do we have any follow-up information from last May? And is there anything that you can add to that right at this moment? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Yes, there was a mini follow-up survey in September 2020, which didn't have the same level of response rate, and that provided some more information that businesses are still finding it tough, but we're starting, remember in September was before the second lockdown, businesses were starting to see a little bit of confidence moving forward. We actually repeated the survey with the BMIP reporting period clearly, but we reported, we wanted to do a further survey in August, September this year. Much poorer response rate. I think there's a bit of fatigue in the business community in responding to surveys, but I think some of the results were quite interesting. The bulk of the respondents were in the hospitality, leisure, tourism sector, and there was a kind of strong message of support for the financial assistance that had been provided to that sector. Absolutely, that came clear. I think many in that sector wouldn't have survived had it not been for that financial assistance. I think what was interesting, the committee members might be interested in hearing, is that something like 70% of businesses would like future support to now be targeted at digital trading, using cloud computing and digitising the business beyond simply having a website. So I think we're seeing a clear trend in the shift that businesses are now looking for their support. So we're due to repeat the survey again in January, February time. So again, we'll feed back in due course on the results of the survey then.
Thank you. Sorry, Convener, I know I said I had two questions, but some of the stuff that David's just said has raised another question in my mind, so it's just a wee follow-up on that. So
just before you go on, Councillor McCall, can we just do it? I gave you two questions because I didn't have any others in the chat box. I've now got Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Lane. So can you ask your follow-up and then come back with your second different question afterwards, if that's okay?
Yes, happy to do that, Convener. Sorry, but just what came across there, and I might have picked it up a little bit wrongly, David, was that businesses are facing a situation where they're particularly concerned about their future. They're happy to engage in a process of survey. And then as things get a little bit better, they might be less likely, but then focus on the bits that they will need continued help. Is that a kind of a reasonable synopsis of how the businesses view the surveys? Would that make sense?
Yes, it was pretty clear that in the midst of the early stages of the pandemic, when businesses were crying out for help, they certainly wanted to express their views through the barometer. For example, the latest survey, there only were 130 responses across Tayside.
Wow. Okay, yeah, thank you for that, David. Thank you. And I'll come back in if there's time, convener. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. So I think we're next on to Councillor Donaldson, followed by Councillor Lane. Councillor Donaldson, please.
Convener.
Yes, Councillor Barnacle.
I think you've missed a request by me for questions, points.
I'm very sorry, Councillor Barnacle. I don't see it in my chat. Can I ask if anyone else sees it in their chat, just so we can narrow down if there's a problem?
No, sorry, no.
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay,
I put it in, but I don't put the. I don't seem to have the yellow hand up. You know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But I don't get that.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Councillor Barnacle. Is it okay if I'm going to take Councillor Donaldson, followed by Councillor Lane, and then I'll come to you, and then Councillor McCall. Is that okay?
That is fine.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Barnacle. Councillor Donaldson, followed by Councillor Lane.
Thank you, convener. I have two questions as well. The second one is really a follow-up to what Councillor Duff was saying on public Wi-Fi. But the first one, and I'm conscious questions have to be within the remit of the committee, and this is primarily Culture, Perth and Kinross. Am I able to ask a question about libraries and the KPI on page 39?
That's interesting because Barbara and I were talking about libraries just yesterday. Barbara, can I just ask you, do you have the ability to answer a question on libraries? I guess should be what we ask.
Technically, I think it's not, but I think, sort of happy to take a question on it if Fiona's here.
Okay, in the spirit of trying to give answers, we'll take the question. If we can answer it, we will. How's that?
Okay, thank you very much, or even to follow up with a response to all members later. Page 39 on libraries, there's a fall off in satisfaction, not much, it's maybe understandable. The targets do seem low. Well, what really stands out is the number of library visits in person and online. It's an increase of not far short of 2 million on the figures provided. So I just want to check that figure for 2021 of 3.47 million is indeed correct, and would I be right in assuming that that increase is with libraries being shut, that increase is primarily due to a vast increase in the number of online visits?
Fiona?
Thanks, convener. Hi, Councillor Donaldson. Yes, and just to confirm, by the way, it is entirely competent to ask questions about libraries. They are a statutory function for which the council remains accountable. And yes, you're quite right, Councillor Donaldson. Actually, I was just looking at the data for this for other reasons yesterday. The bulk of the figure is online visits. It's around 2.8 million, I think, but I'll just double check the figure and put that into the chat so you can see, committee members can see the breakdown between in real life visits and online.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson, I know that you have got a second question, and given that I've just asked Councillor McCall to come back with her second question, in the spirit of fairness, I'm going to ask you to do the same.
Could I just ask a supplementary on that?
Yes, you can.
Fiona. And I will be brief in the second one. That really is a marked increase, 1.51 million to 3.47 million, when some of our libraries have been closed. That question was asked at scrutiny a few weeks ago, but could I just ask Fiona, there are still, I think it's still the case, 5 libraries are shut, including Comrie in my own area, but also Aelith, Cooperangus, Pitlochry and Burnham Dunkeld. Is the intention that those libraries are likely to be reopened by the end of next month? Is that still the case? What progress is being made on that front?
The plan is still to reopen those libraries by the end of next month, Councillor Donaldson, but we will be looking at the library offer over the course of next year and coming back to the appropriate committee with some proposals on that. The shift to online use is something that had been happening long before COVID and has accelerated during COVID, but there are lots of other factors which change and are continuing to change how people use libraries, which we need to take account of.
Right, I'm aware there will be a survey consultation, and I know certain folk in Comrie want to engage in that very much, but it really is a quite startling increase. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. You could pop the cue back in the box for your second question, and I'll come round to you in the appropriate order. So next question is from Councillor Lane, and he'll be followed by Councillor Barnacle. Councillor Lane, please.
Thanks, Convener. It's on page 47, and it's regarding the vacant residential and commercial premises. So I can understand the drop-off in 2021. So I was wondering if MD had any update of where we are at this juncture in 21-22 towards the target of 135. And I was wondering what that 135, I know it's a moving feast, but what is the average number of vacant residential and commercial properties do we have, so I can see what the target is each year is in a percentage, because we're often, I suppose other elected members will hear it as well, and I try and rebut it all the time, that the high street in Perth is full of empty shops, etc. The high street in every town and village are empty shops. So it'd be useful to know what the total number of vacant residential and commercial premises actually are, and target as a percentage. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Ling. I'm guessing this is for David Littlejohn, but I'm happy to be proved wrong.
Thank you, Convener. And I can certainly provide information, but not right now. I couldn't give you an up-to-date position. Perth is still doing relatively well in terms of vacant commercial space, but it is a worsening position, and there is a difference between counting the number of units and the amount of floor space. So clearly, if we look at the amount of vacant floor space, which would include the Beelds building and Debenhams, that pushes up the total. So it is a worsening position compared with looking at the number of units, but I can get the information to all committee members for the current position.
Thank you.
Can I have
Thank
a yep. Thank you. Just to come to that, David, I wasn't asking for a definitive number, but we must have a sort of rolling figure that we know of. If we're setting targets 3 years ahead, we must set the target in conjunction with what we expect it to be. We won't just set it blind. So I'm not asking you to definitively give a number, but if you can give me a ballpark number, it'd be useful.
I mean, that's a difficult one to project forward, and we do set a target, but that target is based on past performance. So I think trying to predict the future has become much more difficult than it probably was in the past. So I would prefer just to kind of speak to the team, if you don't mind, Councillor Ling, and just give you the latest projections, if that's okay. But as I said a moment ago, it's likely to be a worsening position now, from what we know, than when we set this a target previously.
Okay, thank you for that. And next question in my chat box order is Councillor Duff, followed by Councillor Donaldson, and Councillor McCall. I think you were going to put a cue in again, were you? Councillor Duff, please. Oh, sorry.
No, I think you're going to take Councillor Barnacle.
Apologies, sorry. Councillor Duff, can you hold on? Councillor Barnacle is in next, sorry.
Thanks, Convener. Not quite sure why my request is not being seen, but I'll talk to committee services about that.
Councillor Barnacle, just wave, please. If you keep your camera on and wave for any future questions, I'll keep an eye out for you.
Thank you. I have 3 small pointedly questions, 2 on transport and 1 on communities, but they're very brief.
Can we take the 2 transport ones first and come back to the communities one, please?
Of course. Under performance summary on page 21, there's a mention of supporting the availability of affordable public transport. Now, I think that's quite a narrow comment in relation to the pandemic, but I just wanted to flag up that I'm really quite concerned about the effect that the pandemic has had on rural services, rural bus services. I learned only yesterday that the one bus service that goes through my village to Kinross will be cancelled on the 10th of January, and then we'll have no bus services at all to link to Kinross and Perth. So there's a real issue around that. So I presume the comment is narrow, but I think there's a wider issue around decisions being made by commercial companies based on low numbers in the pandemic that's unjustified, if you see what I mean. I wanted to make that point and get it registered, shall we say.
So is that a question, Councillor Barnacle?
Well, it is a question in the way that do the service realise that there is this ongoing threat to rural bus services in relation to the priorities we have, if you know what I mean?
Okay,
So
thank you. I think Barbara's going to answer that, and then we'll take your follow-up question on transport and come back to you in a little while for your other question, if that's okay, Barbara.
Thank you, convener. Absolutely, Councillor Barnacle. I think that all of you will have had some dealings with the public transport unit at some point in your elected member career. You all know how absolutely committed they are to finding services, to working with providers to get those services. In terms of the area that you're talking about, Councillor Barnacle, I am aware that they have a number of options that they are looking at. They have already been seeking solutions for those issues, but it is very difficult. But as I say, they are aware of it. They are, as you know, passionate about public transport. So that is work that's ongoing.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Councillor Barnacle, your sort of follow-up transport question, please.
yeah, on page 32, Appendix 1 at the top, it talks about working alongside colleagues in providing responses to the TACTRAN regional transport strategy consultation. Is that ongoing? And if so, can I get a sight of these responses?
Okay, I'm guessing another question for Barbara, perhaps. Oh, Claire.
Yes, the consultation is underway, and I've recently had some contact with TACTRAN in terms of their update position. They've been liaising across the council with a number of officers in terms of the consultation. They've been reaching out to communities, and I understand they've also undertaken some elected member consultation. If that hasn't undertaken, then that certainly is their plan. But yeah, we will get an update in terms of progress and next steps with that strategy. I've had an update through, as I say, from TACTRAN, so I can share that with all members of the committee over the next few days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. And so now we are moving on. Eventually, Councillor Duff, followed by Councillor Donaldson. Councillor Duff.
Thank you. My question is with regards to the table on page 47 and about the number of communities with local resilience plans. I just wondered if you have an idea of the number of communities that have still to develop a resilience plan. While we're kind of meeting the target this year, it strikes me that 35 is probably short of where we need to be, given our commitment to climate emergency. And I just wonder if this was something that we're pushing with local communities and local community councils. Thank you.
I think the answer is yes, but Claire, perhaps Claire, I'm not sure. Who wants to answer this question?
Yes, I don't know if anybody else is able to come in with more detail to what I'm able to respond to, but yes, I mean, obviously with the pandemic, I mean, certainly the teams have been very much involved in sort of pandemic response. There is a target. I don't have a number in terms of how many communities still need to put in place their local resilience plans, but I would absolutely say I would agree with Councillor Forbes. It's a work in progress, ongoing engagement with all communities to ensure that we have as many resilience plans in place as possible. And despite the pandemic, you can see that we have made progress. Peter, I don't know if you've got more detail in terms of the specific response to the question.
Yes, thank you, convener. Hopefully I can add something here. It depends how you define a community, but there are approximately 160 plus villages, clachans, whatever you want to call them, within Perth and Kinross. But of course, not all of them have specific and urgent resilience issues in terms of climate change. But one of the things which will feature in our climate change report is the requirement to do a proper risk assessment of Perth and Kinross to identify where the priorities should be for these resilience plans. And yes, I think we do need to up the game on this issue moving forward. So it will feature in the report to Council on climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very useful. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. So I think our next question is
Sorry, can I just come in here as well,
Councillor
Forbes? What happens often is that communities come forward and ask for support in developing a resilience plan, unfortunately as a result of an incident within their area. A lot of them are based on flood management resilience, so it would be helpful and we would really appreciate if elected members, when they're speaking to their communities, if they're interested in resilience plans, to come forward, and the contact officer for that would be Keith Colville. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. So not shutting the door after the horse is bolted, I think is what you're telling us. Thank you very much for that. So next we're on to Councillor Donaldson, followed by Councillor McCall, and then the last question to Councillor Barnacle.
Thank you, Convener. As I said, it's just really a follow-up to Councillor Duff's question earlier on page 31 about public Wi-Fi. It states in the paper, Kinross is in the process of installation. Am I right in saying, though, because there was additional funding provided by the follow-up to, I think it was the follow-up to the Town Centre Fund, that there are another 2-3 locations that still have to be covered before we look at rolling it out even further. Can I just have confirmation on that, on what those locations are? And I think I'd like to, being a local member, is what the position is in respect of Comrie.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. I think there was an extension to Perth, wasn't there, as part of that extra funding, but I'm guessing David Littlejohn is probably the person, unless someone else wants to answer that question.
It's probably me, Convener, but I couldn't give you the answer right now, Councillor Donaldson, so I need to check with the team and get that information out to all members.
I'd be grateful for that. I seem to recall it's another 2, possibly 3 locations in addition to Kinross, but I'll wait to hear from you. Thanks.
Thank you both for that. Councillor McCall, followed by the last question to Councillor Barnacle. Councillor McCall, please.
Thank you, and apologies, Convener, I didn't put my cue in early enough. But anyway, no, a quick question. It came to my mind having a look at the indicators. So if I go to page 42, the economic impact of events supported by the council. The targets moving forward are quite high, and considering we've come out of a pandemic and considering we've had a drop in 2021 to 0, should the targets really be reassessed, is I guess my question, and I suppose that would not only apply to that but probably to a couple of other sectors as well. Should we really be looking at the targets and getting them reassessed?
Probably. Councillor McCall. Claire?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think a very good question. I mean, certainly what we haven't done this year within our BMIP, the annual performance report that went to full council, or indeed in the other BMIPs, is include some of the trends, because as you will see, the pandemic has had a significant impact on performance. In some areas it's positively inflated performance. For example, our CO2 emissions from buildings has almost halved. And in other areas, such as some of these that we've talked about today, there has been a fairly negative impact. So yes, we haven't ragged the indicators as we would normally do for that very reason, and yes, we are reviewing them now in the context. So we're probably, we'll be 2 years into the pandemic, and we can see some of the real emerging challenges and indeed the impact on performance in some areas where we need to really focus on. So as a wider service management team across communities, we are meeting over the next couple of weeks to do just that, to look at the BMIP priorities that we've got, to really focus on areas that are a priority and where we need to kind of do some reasonable adjustment in terms of our targets. So yes, absolutely, we will be doing that, and committee will be informed of targets going forward in the coming months.
Thank you, Claire, and that takes us on to the last question on this item to Councillor Barnacle, please.
Thanks, Convener. Just returning again to page 32, Appendix 1, it talks about supporting local action partnerships to update their locality action plans. I'm just wondering if we've missed something here. Should we not also be supporting the role of community councils in producing, and other community groups for that matter, in producing community place plans in advance of LDP3? This came out of a discussion I had with Forward Planning quite recently. I just wonder if there's an omission there.
Fiona?
Thank you, Convener, and thanks for the question. And David Littlejohn might want to add to this because Councillor Barnacle's quite right. There is now a much clearer legislative requirement to align local community plans with local place plans, which are about spatial planning issues. Remember that this is a performance report for the year that's just happened, Councillor Barnacle, so this is an area that we'll be looking at in the months to come. And as the executive director has indicated, COVID isn't the reason for everything, but it's a big reason in this instance why we've not been able to progress some of this work as fast as we would have liked, but it's absolutely on the agenda of the Community Planning Board going forward.
Thank you, that's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Barnacle. Thank you, Fiona, for those answers. Can I just begin by summing up and thanking, first of all, I'd like to thank Barbara for her work as the interim chief executive over the past 10 months, and Barbara, it'll be good to have you back from next Monday. There's been lots of highlights in this report and really too many to mention. Of course, the danger of picking out one or two services over all of them does mean that some get left out, but I'm going to do that anyway. And I've spoken in the past about regulatory services. You may remember we were able to allocate them a little bit more money in our last revenue budget, and they were literally going into COVID houses and businesses to deal with the pandemic. They dealt with more legislation change in a year than they would normally expect in a decade, and Perth and Kinross was highly praised for the contribution to the pandemic, and I want to put that on record once again. Planning and building standards again had to deal with sudden and unexpected changes to legislation and adapt to those quickly whilst working from home. And we all appreciate the work that the economic development team did. They dished out millions, tens of millions of pounds of business grants, again, whilst working from home. And as a small business owner, I know that they did a fantastic job. And finally, we've delivered in excess of 185,000 vaccines. Our staff have played a critical role in setting up the centres, arranging volunteer staff to run them, and even to this day, one of our waste staff is still full-time as a volunteer coordinator. And as a volunteer there myself, I've seen firsthand the benefits this brings to our community. I'd urge all of you to please try and set aside just a few hours every week. It really is the one and only way out of this and back to normality. So I'm happy to move the report, and I understand Councillor Jarvis is ready to second it. Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I'm very happy to second this report because it clearly shows that the way forward, to improve the economy and well-being of Perthshire and its people, and it's especially important as we recover from the effects of the COVID pandemic. So, as I said, I have pleasure in seconding the report.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. I'm opening up now for comments, and we have a couple in the box. First comment to Councillor Lane, followed by Councillor Parrott. Councillor Lane, please.
Convener, I put a comment in, requested a comment prior to that.
Oh, I'm very sorry, I don't have that in my chat box. So, okay, if Councillor Lane's okay for you to go first, Councillor Williamson, we'll go with you and then Councillor Lane.
That's fine, Convener, thank you.
Convener, I just want to express my astonishment that our failure to reach recycling targets is seen the council hemorrhaging approximately about £1 million because of that failure. My question around about the tyres on landfill sites, I understand it involves a six-figure sum, and whilst I've noticed one or two members thought the question was funny, I think the six-figure sum just to repair tyres on landfill site is excessive, and I think hemorrhaging £1 million and nobody really seems to have any idea of the detail of that is just absolutely astonishing.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Lane next, followed by Councillor Parrott.
Thanks very much, Convener. I would just like to go back to Councillor Barnacle's first question regarding the transport service, if they would know what's happening. And everybody knows me as I don't lavish praise unless I think it's deserved and people are doing above what their job is and they're paid for. But I think we've got an amazing transport team led by Margaret Roy and Murray Fraser and the whole team. They take, in my experience, they fight every corner to try and keep our public transport service as widespread as it can be. And I think it's probably incumbent to us in our forthcoming budgets. We've always found all political parties have found it maybe an easy cut to make in the past, and with the climate emergency and that now, we should be looking at innovative ways of giving that public transport unit some more funding to keep the services we have and find out ways to improve them. In the report there it says that 1 in 5 households within Perth and Kinross have no access to a car. So I think moving forward, that's where we should be looking to expand. But I just want Barbara to pass on to that team that I know how much effort they put in when I've been speaking to them about services being cut. And that's all I do want to say.
I'll do so with pleasure, Councillor Lane. Thank you.
Thank you both for that. Councillor Parrott, followed by Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Convener. I'm on the last line of page 24 of the pack. The transformation of St Paul's Church was completed in April 2021. That, frankly, is minimal recognition of a project that has transformed that particular part of the city. A site that was derelict for 35 years. The opportunity was seized 5 years ago to acquire the building, and that part of the city has been frankly transformed and is much appreciated. I know that, and I know it's well used. And I hope that when the mod comes here in 2022, that can be used as a venue for certain things. And I'd like to thank all of those who've stuck with that project over the years and turned it into what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parrott. And next is Councillor McCall, followed by Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Convener, and I'll try and be exceptionally brief. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Lane and Councillor Parrott's comments on the specific departments, etc. they have mentioned. But I also want to do a little bit as far as planning and development is concerned. They worked incredibly hard. I know it's my committee, but one of the points and one of the questions that was raised earlier was regarding issues in high streets, regarding shops or too many for sale or for let signs, etc. But if we actually do look at the areas where we have good investment in development, we actually don't have a lot of shops that are sitting there empty for any period of time. There is a direct link between development in Perth and Kinross and the vibrancy of the shops and the towns that is feeding into. So I wanted to make a highlight to that, and I also want to do an overall thank you to all the officers that produced the report again, the commitment that they show, the projects that are put forward, everything that they do is done exceptionally well, and it's been in very difficult conditions coming through a pandemic we could not have foreseen. Decades was right, it hasn't been seen in decades. The last pandemic like this was the Spanish flu almost 100 years ago, so it is completely beyond all expectations, and I think they should be applauded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. I'm sure Barbara will take that back to the staff. Councillor Duff, followed by Councillor Donaldson.
Thanks, Convener. Yes, I think the annual performance plan contains many excellent examples of how well this council continues to perform. I think it's a performance that would be welcome in any year, but considering the year that it was, I think it makes it all the more impressive. Over and above the exemplary COVID support provided to the residents and businesses, and I don't think we should forget the support that's provided to us as elected members as well. I think there are many great news stories within the pages of these reports. For instance, the 93% of all faults in the traffic network which were rectified within the target time, which is up 11%. Our continued investment in the roads network, targeting the repairs at the right time and the resurfacing and surface dressing programmes, which are delivering further improvements to the conditions of our roads. The successful funding bid for £4 million for the local full fibre network, which is now in place beneath the city, connecting 136 council-owned premises to gigabit speed broadband. And also not to forget the £10 million Tay-Cities deal funding and approval for Perth City Hall, and a successful bid to secure the Stone of Destiny, which will attract an estimated 160,000 additional visitors to Perth. On a ward level, if I can be parochial for a second, I was delighted that the council supported the community asset transfer of the Kinlochranach Outdoor Centre, the first PKC asset transfer under the Community Empowerment Scotland Act, and that the community was successful in their bid to the Scottish Land Fund for 100% funding to purchase and refurbish the building. Convener, there's a lot more I could say along the same lines, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. And the final comment to Councillor Donaldson, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just on two things I want to comment. First of all, I do want to follow up on Councillor Williamson's comments about municipal waste collection and being recycled or composted. I think there's a major challenge going forward now for the council. Okay, in 2021 there was a fall off and the pandemic and such like, but at 47.4% there's a major gap on our targets of 60% for the current year and 65% for 2022-2023, and the cost in terms of fines and charges, if I'm right, is of the order of 1 million. That's equivalent to more than 1% on council tax. So I think this is something we've really got to look at in more depth and how we can close that gap going forward. On a much more positive note is I'll come back to libraries, and grateful to Fiona Robertson for putting on the chat an update on library use, and our comment, visits should be more properly called usages, but I think it is dramatic, the increase in the number of visits and usages of the service, and it's more than a doubling in 2021. Hopefully that is going to be sustained. I think it is good news, but I think it may also have, and it's something I'm sure is going to have to be looked at in terms of survey, along with, glad the 5 libraries that are closed just now should be reopened by the end of November. But on terms of online use, what resourcing implications that might have for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson, for that comment. And interestingly, I've just received an email to tell me there's a library book now waiting for me at my local library, which I'll pop in and collect as soon as we're finished. I won't tell you what the book is. Thank you very much. Can we agree this report? I'm assuming no one's saying
agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. This takes us on to the 20 mile/an hour speed limit trial paper, and as we have already agreed to hear from Steve Rimmer, I'm going to ask him to join us now. Is Mr. Rimmer with us? Does someone know?
Hello.
Mr. Rimmer?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Okay, Mr. Rimmer, I'm Angus Forbes. I'm the committee convener today. Thanks for joining us. Looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. And can I just advise you of a few rules that we have to stick to? You have a maximum of 10 minutes. I will interrupt you around about 9 minutes to warn you that you've only got a minute left, if indeed you're still speaking at that point. And then are you happy to take questions from elected members?
Yes, I am.
Can I remind at this point elected members that it's perfectly okay to ask questions of Mr. Rimmer, but you must not express an opinion on this paper until we get into the proper debate. So, Mr. Rimmer, if you would like to kick off, I will interrupt you in 9 minutes' time if you're still speaking. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, convener, for the opportunity to speak to the committee. My name is Steve Rimmer. I've been a resident in Balhousie Street for over 30 years. I'm speaking today on behalf of residents in central Balhousie Street and Barossa Place. These streets are not within one of the 5 zones covered in the report under discussion, but they are within a temporary 20-mile-an-hour zone established by Spaces for People. I'd like to address the committee for 2 reasons. Firstly, to support this report and encourage its acceptance, and secondly, to request that the Spaces for People streets be adopted by PKC as soon as possible to introduce traffic calming measures in those 20-mile-an-hour streets where there is a known speed problem. Introducing 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in residential streets is the right thing to do because the safety of all road users, pedestrians, cyclists and motorists, is improved provided reduced speeds are achieved. Introducing traffic calming where speed remains excessive is the right thing to do, as it is a proactive way of avoiding accidents rather than waiting for accidents to happen and then taking action. This report is a clear example of something that we don't see enough of these days: good problem solving. The problem has been identified and defined for 5 different areas. The effectiveness of the measures to address the problem has been monitored and quantified. The findings can be transferred to other similar areas with confidence. Most importantly, you will note that 20-mile-an-hour limits without traffic calming does not reduce traffic speed. Even though I don't live in any of these 5 areas, I would still hope that the committee would accept this report and congratulate council officials on a job well done. However, whilst this is good news for those 5 areas, as the report states, these are not the only areas where temporary 20-mile-an-hour limits are in place or will be in place. There are 40 temporary 20-mile-an-hour limits brought in by Spaces for People in the middle of 2020, which included Balhousie Street and Barossa Place. To complicate matters further, it's known that the 20-mile-an-hour limits will soon be extended to other parts of the city of Perth, and there may be other streets in your own wards where this is desirable. The reasons for PKC introducing 20-mile-an-hour zones in the 5 areas, namely safety for all road users, are very different to those for the Spaces for People zones, which are to encourage more cycling and walking. Furthermore, Spaces for People do not see traffic calming measures as encouraging more cycling and walking. It is assumed that the new 20-mile-an-hour zones will be under the orbit of Perth and Kinross Council, but I'm not aware at the minute as to whether this will also be accompanied by traffic calming measures. There is a very real risk that if all 3 types of streets are not brought within the orbit of Perth and Kinross Council, there will be a disjointed approach to 20-mile-an-hour zones and traffic calming within Perth and Kinross. It's very disappointing that this committee has not been provided with a report with recommendations for the Spaces for People streets at the same time as this one. But is such a report required? Why should the conclusions of the report before this committee not hold good for all 20-mile-an-hour streets in Perth and Kinross? Analysis of traffic speeds for Balhousie Street and Barossa Place come to the same conclusions as this report. Traffic speed has not been reduced anywhere by 20-mile-an-hour limits alone. Traffic speed remains at acceptable levels at the northern and southern ends of Balhousie Street, where traffic calming measures are already in place, or the nature of road use avoids excessive speeds. Traffic speed remains excessive and well beyond the levels where traffic calming measures are recommended in this report in central Balhousie Street and Barossa Place. these particular streets provide part of an alternative route to Dunkeld Road, access to 3 primary and 2 secondary schools, and pre-pandemic had traffic volume of 5,000 vehicles per day. And I'm aware of at least 10 accidents in these particular streets in the past 3 years. Through a short questionnaire, it has been established that over 100 residents are concerned about traffic speed in these streets and would welcome the introduction of vehicle-activated signs as a means to bring speed down. Only 1 person in each street was not concerned. The question is, are Balhousie Street and Barossa Place on the list of 800 projects? So in conclusion, please accept the report before you. It is the right thing to do. Please bring all 20-mile-an-hour streets under the orbit of PKC as soon as possible to avoid a disjointed approach. It is the right thing to do. Please recommend the introduction of traffic calming measures in those 20-mile-an-hour streets where there is a known speed problem. It is the right thing to do. And please consult with residents rather than imposing traffic calming. This has already been done for Balhousie Street and Barossa Place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rimmer. Well within time. And so I'm now going to open up the floor to questions from members of Mr. Rimmer. Does anyone have a question for Mr. Rimmer on what he has just said? Well, I can't be confident about my chat box because we've proved today it's not working entirely. But Councillor Simpson, there's the surprise. Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Convener. I think if I might be allowed a comment, seeing there are no questions, I think firstly I'd like to congratulate Mr. Rimmer. That has to be the best deputation I've ever heard in 20 years in the council. He seems to have had access to some of my remarks and I have very little to say now. He seems to have said it all. So I simply wanted to congratulate him on his deputation and say that I personally agree with every single word of it.
Thank you very much. You surprised me, Councillor Simpson. I'm assuming there are no questions from Mr. Rimmer, so I will echo what has just been said. That was an excellent deputation. Mr. Rimmer, thank you very much for your attendance. I understand committee services have advised you that now is the time you have to leave the meeting. We will carry on the debate, but you're very welcome to view the proceedings online from now on. So thank you very much for coming along to talk to us today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye. Right. That takes us on to the next part of this paper, and I'm now going to call on Darrell to introduce the paper for us, and then we'll take questions after that. Thank you. Darrell, over to you.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, councillors. I see a question has come up from Councillor McCall.
Yeah, I think what we'll do, so Darrell, if you're okay, if you want to interrupt, I am also slightly confused because I see some comment requests coming in as well, and I'm wondering if they were late comment requests from Mr. Rimmer. I'm afraid that opportunity is now passed, so we'll let you introduce the paper, Darrell, and then I'll go to questions after that. So Darrell, over to you. That's fine. Thank you, Convener. The 20-mile-per-hour speed limit trial started back with the committee reports to the E&I committee back in 2019, where we sought permission to undertake a series of measurements of trial sites that would allow us to assess the impact of signs and other road safety measures. This particular report, E&I 21/195, looks at the results of that 20-mile-per-hour trial at those 5 sites and assesses the need for the introduction of other road safety measures to ensure compliance. Approval for the introduction of the permanent traffic regulation orders at these 5 sites is also contained within these reports. We identified 5 particular road environments with a very different road layout, and this was to ensure that we were able to assess different environments and different usages at these sites. The 5 sites included
a 20 mile per hour covering an entire town area, and the site was Aberfeldy. A residential area, which was Dalgan Ross in Comrie. A rural village, which was Errol. A village which straddled an A-class road, which is Conness Wood, and a school area, which was Rattray Primary School. At each of those 5 sites, we were keen to determine how we could use changes to the speed limit to reduce the risk of a collision between the various road users, to reduce the severity of the casualties in the event of a collision, but also to encourage active travel and to reduce dependency on vehicular transport. As part of the trial at each of the sites, we introduced a series of measures and then monitored the speeds following the introduction of those measures. The first measure was the introduction of the speed roundel signs. Then we followed that up with the activation of vehicle activated signs. At some of the sites, we already had vehicle activated signs in place, so the signs were switched off until we came to that part of the trial. Then the signs were reactivated. Dalgan Ross and Comrie was the only site where we had to put in new vehicle activated signs. The third measure was the introduction of speed cushions, which is a physical traffic calming measure. So while the vehicle activated signs give the driver information about the speed that they are doing, it's an information measure only. The physical measures were speed cushions, which are 2 small cushions or ramps within each carriageway. The last form of enforcement was, the last measure was enforcement by Police Scotland. The results of the different measures showed us that the introduction of signs only had minimal impact on vehicle speeds. The introduction of vehicle activated signs did provide a small reduction in vehicle speeds. This was a surprise given the positive response that we've had to vehicle activated signs across the council area. We were expecting a much greater reaction to the vehicle activated signs and their impact on driver behaviour. We did see a reduction at all of the sites, but the reduction was only up to a few miles per hour. What was noticeable was that there was less of an impact of the vehicle activated signs at night whenever there was less traffic about. It appears to be the case that when a driver sees their speed displayed on the screen, the drivers that are following them also see the speed of that driver, and that has an impact on the driver behaviour. At night, when there's less traffic on the road and there perhaps is not a second car following the driver, that the impact on the driver's behaviour is less. So there was a lower reduction at night time or in periods whenever there were low volumes of traffic. However, the vehicle activated signs did bring down the higher speeds. We noticed a significant drop in the excessive speeds with that particular measure. The most successful long-term measure was the introduction of the speed cushions. So the ramps in the road, a physical feature which the driver has to negotiate, brought in sometimes between 5 and 10 miles per hour of a reduction. Now at some of the sites that represents up to a third of a reduction. Speeds were at 30 were coming down to 20 miles per hour. So if the physical measures show that there is a major benefit to introducing this particular type of traffic calming feature. However, there are problems associated with it because there's noise, there's vibration, the location of the ramps, and where they sit in regards to access to other properties, utilities, services in the road can sometimes cause other problems. The single most effective form of traffic calming was the police enforcement, and it was quickly identified that all drivers brought their speed down. But that's not a long-term solution. The police, by their very nature, have to be overt. They're not allowed to be covert. They have to be visible. They have to be seen. So drivers would often see the police well in advance and would slow down. If a site requires a continual police presence, it would suggest that the speed limit or the road environment is not appropriate for that particular area. So the 4 measures at the 5 sites gave us a raft of information which are you can see in the report in Appendix 1 to 5, and for each of the sites we were seeing the similar patterns with the introduction of each of those measures. The report also goes on to set out a procedure which will help us to assess the new requests that come in for lower speed limits. Sites where the speeds are already in the low 20s, the introduction of a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit would be self-regulating, that the road environment is already influencing the driver behaviour and is helping to ensure that the speeds are kept low. But when the speeds are in the upper 20s or any higher than that, that's where we need to look at the introduction of physical measures to ensure compliance. Now, the impact that has on our budget and on our staff resources is relevant, and for that reason we're currently undertaking a series of meetings with each of the ward councillors, with each ward and the councillors within those wards, looking at the road safety assessment criteria, looking at how we assess and prioritise and rank the different projects that are there, and that's to ensure that those projects which have delivered the greatest benefit to the local community are provided first. This report also makes reference to the Spaces for People project. Now, that's quite different. The Spaces for People project was the introduction of temporary measures to accommodate the increase in pedestrian and cycling activity during the COVID pandemic. This 20-mile-per-hour trial is only looking at those 5 sites at those 5 specific road environments. But I think, as Mr. Rimmer has clearly demonstrated in his presentation to us, that many of the things that we've learned from the trial are cross-transferable. So the Spaces for People report will be brought forward to a future E&I committee. We are still undertaking some of the analysis for that. That is a much bigger project, but the Spaces for People 20-mile-per-hour speed limits and the 40-mile-per-hour buffers were included signs only. So the report is giving you the analysis on the 5 sites. It's asking for approval to make the temporary, the experimental traffic regulation orders at those 5 sites permanent. It does note, or does explain, how additional measures will be required at some of those sites to ensure compliance, and it also informs the committee that we will be bringing forward a report on the Spaces for People temporary 20-mile-per-hour speed limits.
Thank you, Darrell. Before we move to questions, I'd like to advise members that Mr. Rimmer was unable to join us on the usual website link, so we've agreed to let him back into the committee on the phone as he was before. I hope that's acceptable to you all, given his interest in this matter. And can I just say to Mr. Rimmer to remind him that he is now here as an observer only and not a participant in the meeting. So we'll move on now to questions, and I think my first question was Councillor McCall? Councillor Simpson? Oh no, that's a comment. Councillor Parrott, sorry.
Thank you, convener. My first question is, can I just have, and this, if you like, follows on from Mr. Rimmer's comments, really, can I have confirmation that the Spaces for People programme came out of a specific grant of money from Scottish Government related to the circumstances of the COVID pandemic, and that in future the schemes that were resulted from Spaces for People will be drawn into the wider work that the council is doing on speed limits? And if I may quickly put in a second part, I'm surprised that one of the measures not trialled was chicanes of the type that are in Glover Street, and I'd welcome a response, if you like, as to why that wasn't the case, because to me Glover Street seems to be a very effective means of traffic calming. Thank you.
Darrell, I'm sure you can answer both those questions. And Councillor Parrott sneaked a second one in when I was otherwise occupied.
Yes, I can, convener. Yes, the 20-mile-per-hour measures that were put in for Spaces for People, that funding did come from an external source. The various projects and the various schemes that have been identified as a result of those Spaces for People are now included within our general list of road safety projects. So when Mr. Rimmer asked about Balhousie Street and Barossa Street, that is included in the list that we're currently working through. The reference to the chicanes, chicanes can work. Having a priority system such as on Glover Street works well at a location where you have a similar flow of traffic in both directions. So at the Glover Street site, while you may have priority at the first chicane, you would have to give way at the second one. And the flow of opposing traffic ensures that it is self-regulating. At sites where there is a low flow of traffic, or where the traffic is predominantly in one direction, in other words, when there is no opposing traffic, we find that they have less impact on vehicle speeds, that the driver can pull out in advance, the driver sees that there's no oncoming traffic, so the driver adjusts their position and they can maintain their speed through the site. We did consider chicanes at the 5 trial sites. At some of them, we had difficulties with accesses and services. We already had chicanes in at the Kiness Wood site. We weren't able to replicate those measures at all of the other sites, and it was easier for us to put in the speed cushions as a similar traffic calming measure at each of the sites. But the traffic calming measures could be a combination of both chicanes and speed cushions, or the introduction of any other physical measures.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darrell. And okay, now I see Councillor Barnacle has his hand up. If no one objects, next was going to be Councillor McCall. Are you okay, Councillor McCall, if we go to Councillor Barnacle and then come to you, and then Councillor Bailey? Sure. Okay, Councillor Barnacle.
Thank you very much, Convener. I did, as I say, I did put a question in the box, but you're not seeing it. I'd just like to ask Darrell about speed cushions, because I've always been reticent about the use of them as traffic calming measures, particularly on, as I say, the A road in Kinesswood, because of noise and vibration to neighbouring buildings, and we see that there has been complaints about that mentioned in the report. So what does he feel about that as a traffic calming measure? Because I'm not keen on them personally. I'm keen on all the others, but not speed cushions for that reason.
Thanks, Darrell. Darrell, you don't need to put A in the box. I have a feeling you'll be answering every single question on this paper.
I'm hoping somebody else will put A in the box. And yeah, the speed cushions suited us for the trial. We were using bolt-down speed cushions, which could easily be removed or adjusted if necessary. And one of the sites within Kinesswood in the centre of the village, during the trial, early on in the trial, we removed the speed cushions because of that very issue of noise and vibrations. They don't suit every site. You are correct that on an A-class road with higher flows of traffic, they may not be suitable. The volume of traffic on the A911 through Kinesswood is low in comparison to other A-class routes in the area. But I think any site that has a high percentage of commercial traffic, we would not consider the speed cushions to be appropriate. The noise and the vibration associated with those larger vehicles as they go over the speed cushions does have an impact on properties if they are close to the edge of the road. And that was probably the main reason why, as part of the original traffic calming measures in Kinesswood and Scotland Well, we put in the priority systems rather than the speed cushions. But the speed cushions suited us for the trial. But they're not suitable perhaps for every site.
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
Thank you, Darrell. So now we're back on to the chat box list, and it's Councillor McCall followed by Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, I mean, I'd be intrigued if Darrell would come back on some of the points made by Mr. Rimmer. I don't know if he's got anything to say on what was the deputation, but I do have a specific question. The paper and the process was very much to look at traffic calming and traffic speeds, but there's always a converse to that. The reason that communities are so interested in this is that it gives them a degree of comfort, a degree of confidence to be able to walk more, cycle more, and do the active travel that we're actively trying to get them to do. But there's nothing in the report that gives us the yin and the yang to say that this is what's happening on the traffic side, but we have seen, even anecdotally, an increase in pedestrian movement, an increase in cycling. So I was just wondering if there was any information at all on what the converse of that has been. Has there been an improvement in people actively travelling, for want of a better description? And again, as I say, I'd be interested if Darrell had any points he wanted to make on Mr. Rimmer's deputation.
Well, I'll let Councillor Parrott sneak 2 questions in, Councillor McCall, so I can't now not let you do that. So well done. So Darrell, if there is anything you want to say on Mr. Rimmer's deputation, that's absolutely fine. And I presume, if I can just maybe preempt your answer a bit to Councillor McCall's second question, I presume you did what we instructed you to do at a previous E&I committee. Is that fair?
Sorry, can you just explain that again, Councillor Forbes?
Councillor McCall was asking about why there's no data on pedestrian, and I presume that's because we didn't tell you to go and do that when we discussed this, what seems like a very long time ago.
That's why I thought it'd be anecdotal. Sorry, convener.
Anyway, Darrell, if there's anything you'd like to pick up on in Mr. Rimmer's deputation, that's fine. Very briefly, if you don't mind, and then answer Councillor McCall's question, then we can move on.
Yes, in relation to Mr. Rimmer's comments, yes, the speeds that we're looking at on Balhousie Street, Muirton Bank, Muirton Place, Barossa, all of those areas as part of that part-time 20. We are aware that compliance on sections of that is poor, and we are looking at the possible introduction of traffic calming measures. One of the things that's become apparent at 2 of the sites and could be replicated elsewhere is not all of the physical measures that we put in have to be speed cushions or chicanes. If we look at the data that's coming from Aberfeldy, particularly on Kenmore Road and Kenmore Street, Kenmore Street, which is the eastern section of it, closer to the town centre, you've got a higher density of residential properties, most of which don't have off-street parking, so the residents park on the street. The western section on Kenmore Road is more open, with less frontage development. The properties are set back from the road. There are very few cars on the street. The speed is noticeably different on those 2 sections of road, and we see the same in parts of Errol, centre of Errol Village, and the roads leading into it. The presence of parked cars is probably one of the most effective forms of traffic calming that we have, because drivers will slow down as they are passing another vehicle. Several years ago, we had looked on Balhousie Street the possibility of adjusting the parking arrangement so that cars would park on alternative sides of the road. So you use the parked vehicles to create a chicane. At the moment, the cars are parked all on the one side of the road. Now, that's something that we could revisit for Balhousie and some of the residential streets in that area. It certainly is less expensive than putting in the physical measures, but we would require a lot of consultation with the residents, because they may not welcome the idea that their cars are being used as a traffic calming measure. It may require the introduction of a small build-out to help protect the vehicles. But we're happy to engage with Mr. Rimmer and with Muirton and North Inch Community Council to try and address some of the concerns within that area. In response to the pedestrian counts, the question from Councillor McCall, no, we weren't asked to look at that initially, but that is what we are looking at as part of the Spaces for People report. We have carried out an attitudinal survey with road users, and it is clear from the responses that a lot of the comments coming back are from pedestrians and cyclists. So we've been engaging with Sustrans to ensure we get more of an input, more of a connection with those particular vulnerable road users.
Does that answer your question, Councillor McCall? Thank you very much. So next is Councillor Bailey, followed by Councillor Robertson. Councillor Bailey, please.
Thank you, convener. People who know me even a little will know that I love a good analytical report, and this one certainly didn't disappoint. So thank you for all the effort that went into this one. Lots of numbers for me to crunch away at while I was burning the midnight oil. So thank you. What I came away with was that I think the learning probably we can take from this is that it's a combination of 20-mile-an-hour limit and signs plus traffic calming that actually in combination actually brings speeds down. So that's fantastic, and that hopefully improves safety. But it does beg the question of what difference the actual 20 is having. I wonder if officers have done any similar speed monitoring after the introduction of traffic calming alone in comparative previous or in comparative 30-mile-an-hour zones, in order that we can see what differential impacts the actual 20-mile-an-hour limit is having. So that's my question really. So in summary, have we done similar monitoring after introducing just traffic calming while keeping things at 30? and how does the impact on speed in that case differ from the impacts we see here? Thank you.
The site at Rattray Primary School had traffic calming measures on the side road, which were not contained within the original part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limit outside the school. They sat within a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit. And what we found from that particular site, that the compliance rates were well below the 30. They were already in the low to mid 20s because of the placing of those speed cushions. Whenever we introduced the 20-mile or extended the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit and made it permanent as part of this trial, we found that the speed on that particular road, Hatton Road, remained the same. And when we introduced the same speed cushions on the main road, which previously didn't have them, that speeds came down to a similar level. When we compare those physical measures with other sites, then yes, other sites that weren't included in the trial, then yes, we have found that the majority of these sites, speeds have come down. If we go back to the site that Councillor Parrott had referred to earlier about at Glover Street, the speeds are low on Glover Street all of the time because of the careful positioning of that particular type of traffic calming measure. Now, we get complaints about inappropriate speed, we get complaints about vehicles accelerating to reach the build out and get past the priority system rather than having to give way. But that's more about bad driving. It's not necessarily about the road layout itself. But yes, when we compare our own data and in discussion with neighbouring authorities, particularly with Angus Council, we see that the introduction of those physical measures, whether it is a 20 or whether it is a 30, will help to bring the speeds down significantly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks, Darrell. Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Robertson, followed by Councillor Donaldson. So, Councillor Robertson, please.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I was going to ask a question about 2.7 in the report, the temporary traffic regulation orders. By bringing these into many of the locations that myself as a councillor, my fellow ward councillors in Kinrossshire, and I think everywhere else, we're always getting pressed in the past for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in small rural settlements with no pavements that had narrow roads and were used by a lot of pedestrians and cyclists. So the introduction of the temporary 20-mile limits there were warmly welcomed, and I think the report says that. I wanted to ask Darrell if there was any, they're now being looked at again, are there any circumstances at all where those temporary 20-mile-an-hour speed limits could be taken away and replaced with a 30 or 40?
I think the simple answer to that is yes, they could, but I think it is unlikely. The majority of the 20-mile-per-hour speed limits, whether it was part of the 20-mile-per-hour trial or whether it was part of the Spaces for People project, have been well received by communities. There's an expression from most of these areas that they would want the 20-mile-per-hour speed limits retained. Their concern is that not all drivers are complying with them. But we do have some road layouts where the road is straight, the road is wide, visibility is good, and there's very limited frontage development. So it appears as to the approaching driver that it is not an urbanised environment, or it is not an area where the driver would expect to encounter pedestrians or cyclists. It may be more appropriate for us to increase the speed limit to back to 30 miles per hour. But that's something that we would want to pursue with the elected members and the residents within those communities. If they are expecting the speeds to be 20 and compliance is poor, we're going to have to look at the introduction of physical traffic calming measures. The lower speed limits that we put in for Spaces for People was using a temporary traffic regulation order. Now that's usually only for emergency works, roadworks and things like that. We were permitted to use a TTRO during the COVID pandemic because of the change to the way the road was being used and the sudden increase in pedestrians. Looking ahead, any new requests now that the Spaces for People programme has concluded and the funding has finished, any new requests would have to go through the full TRO process. For the 20 miles per hour speed limit trial, we were using an experimental traffic regulation order, but again it has a limited time period. We're now drawing to the end of that, and that's why we're presenting this report so that we can get the agreement from committee, and if it's your decision to make those permanent.
Thank you very much indeed. That's very helpful, and the fact that they will not be removed without a full consultation is reassuring. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next question is Councillor Donaldson, followed by Councillor Williamson. So Councillor Donaldson, please.
Thank you, convener. First of all, Darrell, thanks for this detailed and very thorough report. And also grateful for the ward meeting we had with the Strathearn ward councillors and yourself and Brian Cargill on Monday. I want to turn to Spaces for People because it was initially, I think the measures were put in place in Perth and it may have been Blairgowrie. The 20-mile-an-hour signs only went into Crieff and Comrie last month. A year on, I must say quickly that people in St Fillan's did feel that they had been excluded, but against the initial locations that were identified, are there any further sites still to be covered, or is that all done now on the initial proposal? And allied with that, because the time gap between the installation in the likes of Perth and Blair with the assessments, I know I asked this on Monday, but it's just for public record, are the reports back to this committee going to be effectively in batches, because you won't have had enough time to assess the more recent installations?
The temporary 20-mile-per-hour speed limits and 40 buffers that went in under Spaces for People, all of those sites have now been installed. Any new sites would be will be included within our regular traffic regulation order programme. We can't do any more under Spaces for People. Yes, there was a time delay in introducing some of the measures. The main reason for the delays at Crieff and Comrie was because it was on the trunk road network. Reference to St Fillan's, that's something which we can take up with Transport Scotland, because apart from the main road, you only have a handful of side streets off the A85. So that one will be for Transport Scotland to progress. For each of the temporary traffic regulation orders for each site, that will be valid for 18 months. So the assessment of the Crieff and Comrie site will come later. And it's not the case that we're going to try and rush it through as part of the current programme of assessment, because they've only just been installed. But the Spaces for People report will include the majority of the sites that we have introduced.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That's helpful and it's on public record. And I would just add, rather than make a comment in a minute, I think what Councillor Parrott says in relation to certain sites about chicanes, I think is a very valid point and is something that is worth considering. Thank you.
We'll keep your comments to the end if that's okay for us, please. So next question is Councillor Williamson, followed by Councillor Duff, and a last question I'm going to take is Councillor Simpson, who's at the bottom of the list.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, convener. My question is probably in three parts. I don't know if you want me to go through all three, but the first one is about creating an additional buffer between the 20-mile-an-hour and 40-mile-an-hour over 30-mile-an-hour, rather than that half drop in speed. Do you want me to go on, or do you want me to ask the other questions?
That's up to Darrell, whatever he wants to do. I think he's answering the questions.
I'll take all three questions in case there are parallels between them.
Okay. So second question is around about education. What work is being done to educate drivers around the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit and community empowerment? And finally, the speed bumps. My concern is around about emergency services and blue lights trying to get through towns and villages with speed bumps in the way.
Sorry, convener, I'm still writing down.
Okay, Darrell, take your time.
That's fine. The first question about the 30-mile-per-hour buffer. Yes, we have considered that, and we have spoken with other local authorities about it. I think the general consensus of opinion, although there is no actual policy or procedure, but there is a recognition that that graduated step from national speed limit, which for cars is 60 miles per hour from 60 to 40 to 20, gives an even and consistent approach. At some sites, the 30 may be appropriate, but there is a concern where we end up cluttering the road network with signs. To introduce different signs at different locations is providing the driver with an inconsistent message. I think one area where we are aware of this is on the A911 between Milnathort and Auchmuir Bridge, where we have 2 villages and 2 hamlets, 3 hamlets if we include Auchmuir Bridge itself, and we have a variety of speed limits. We have 40s, we have 30s, we have 20s. The feedback from the drivers who regularly use that route is that it's misleading, that they're unsure. What size do you put the repeater signs? How frequently do you put them? So at the moment, we're not of the opinion that the 30 mile per hour speed limit, as an addition to a 40 or a 20, is perhaps necessary. But that is something that we are keen to pursue. I mean, we're happy to discuss that with our colleagues in neighbouring authorities and see if we can get any experience. It may be that someone has tried that, and if there's data to show that it can work in certain road environments, then we're happy to consider it. The second item about education and empowerment of communities, I think the education side of it, because at the moment, because the 5 sites within these trial zones are only temporary measures using an experimental order, if we get agreement and we go ahead for approval to make them permanent, that's when we could engage with some sort of local educational initiative through the community council, through the schools, to try and promote awareness. We know that Police Scotland have been working with communities, and so have our community safety partners within the council, on community speed watch programs where local communities are able to monitor vehicle speeds and pass that information to Police Scotland. That then influences Police Scotland's decision when and where to carry out enforcement activity. All of the traffic survey data that we have, we share with Police Scotland, again, to help them target their enforcement activity. And I'm aware that the community safety team have appointed a new council officer to promote and to work with communities promoting community safety, which includes road safety. Now that post is being developed and expanded, and that's certainly something that we can feed into and this report can feed into. So yeah, we would like to take that forward. In regard to the speed cushions, any introduction of physical traffic calming measures such as speed cushions, one of the statutory consultees for us is the emergency services, police, fire and ambulance. The majority of these vehicles are wider. Their axle base is wider than private cars, so they will straddle the speed cushions. But generally, when the blue lights are flashing, they seldom express any concern about being able to get along a street that has traffic calming measures. The wheelbases are wider on larger vehicles, because the main aim of the speed cushions is to try and slow down private cars. They're the main offenders. If there is an issue with any of the emergency services, we can revisit the site, we can adjust the traffic calming measures, and it may be that we replace speed cushions with chicanes or some other measure as and when is necessary.
Okay, thank you. Are you happy with that, Councillor Williamson?
Yeah, thank you. I suppose secretly I was hoping that David MacArthur might give Darrell a break from speaking, but that's fine. Okay, thank you.
I think for Darrell's benefit, we're almost there. We've got Councillor Duff, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Simpson. So Councillor Duff next, please.
Thanks, Convener. I think my question relates to something that Mr. Rimmer brought up in his deputation, and that's in relation to the temporary spaces for people measures. And I'm just looking for confirmation that we will be consulting with the relevant community councils in relation to their views on these prior to making any report back to us. Thank you.
Yes, we will be consulting with the community councils or any other bodies that represent the local community. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Duff. Councillor Stewart, followed by Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Convener. I think 2 questions which have largely been covered, but I just want to confirm. So quickly following up on the question that Councillor Duff just asked, in the flow chart in Appendix 7, the speed limit policy flow chart, there's receiving a request from an elected member or community council. Presumably, because there are a number of areas where the community councils are not established, so we would include other community groups who represent in some way where there is no community council, so maybe parent councils, for example.
Yes, we would. We're keen to work with parent councils because they represent one of our more vulnerable road user groups, which are child pedestrians. But it could be the Centre for Inclusive Living, it could be the Perth Action Partnership, it could be any of the cycling groups. But yes, if there's anyone that is able to represent, a voice of the community, we're happy to take that. We're also happy to consult with individual members of the public if there is no community council in a village or within a community, and a member of the public wants to approach us to discuss road safety concerns. Again, we're happy to do that.
That's great, thank you. And just returning again to the spaces for people, the temporary traffic orders. Some of those will be coming up for the end of the 18-month period, and I just wondered, we will get the report. I wanted to confirm we'll get a report back on those, so that there's if we decide to promote those as permanent traffic orders, then there wouldn't be any sort of hiatus between that would require us to remove any of the 20-mile-an-hour limits.
There is a general timeline of 18 months for a temporary traffic regulation order or an experimental traffic regulation order. Because of the scale of the impact on speed limits caused by the COVID pandemic, that all local authorities have been given an extension of that 18 months. It's been extended up to 24 months because it was recognised by Scottish Government that they may not be able to have the whole process concluded within that 18-month period. We're still working towards the 18 months just to keep our focus on those particular projects, but there is an extension of an additional 6 months.
Okay, so we wouldn't
even so none of them could lapse. Yes, there shouldn't be that with us.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart, and I see Mark wants to comment on this as well before we move on to Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks, convener. Yeah, I just want to add one point. If we do move from a temporary situation to a permanent order, and there are no issues that are effectively universal support, we would try to do a lot of these under delegated authority, to bring them to committee when it's just a matter of almost nodding them through. So where we can use delegated powers, as I say, where they're non-controversial and that there's unanimous support in the community, we'll do under delegated powers and may not bring them to committee.
But they would be reported back afterwards rather than just for, okay.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And the last question Darrell will be delighted to hear is from Councillor Simpson. I suspect it will be a complicated one, knowing it's Councillor Simpson, mind you.
Thank you, convener. Two very easy ones for Darrell here. I refer to page 3, 1.13, measure 3. We're talking about the effectiveness of physical barriers of some kind, be it speed cushions or whatever. And I just wondered if we have any view on whether it would be possible with these measures to move them around a village in the same way as we used to do with vehicle activated signs in the old days when we could only afford a few. We moved them around and they were considered quite effective because you didn't really know whether it was going to be there or not. If we took an example, say, of Gilton, which is a long straight road, would it be possible to put speed cushions and perhaps move them around a little bit in an attempt to maybe not catch motorists out, but make sure we didn't become used to them? Be it ramps, speed mats, or even bollards of some kind. I have another question, but we'll see how we get on with this one first.
The simple answer is yes, they can be relocated. It would determine the type of measure that you put in place. So during the trial, we were using bolt down speed cushions because they could easily be lifted, relocated, adjusted if necessary. It's not something that we had considered doing, I think, because the cost implication of that and the traffic management every time you were going to relocate them. It might be more appropriate to consider putting in some sort of phased introduction of measures. So if we take the example of Giltown that you quote, we put some speed cushions in first, and then we add to them, we supplement them, we put in additional measures the following year. It's not you're right, we used to do it with the vehicle activated signs years ago, but we've never done it with physical measures. But I know in some parts of the UK where they have road racing and things, and motorbike racing, car racing, that a lot of the street furniture, the islands, the bollards are all removable and can be removed for special events. It's something we can investigate, and I'm happy to discuss further with you.
I'm delighted with that answer, Convener. Thanks. Could I also ask, just following on from that, on the next paragraph, 1.14 measure 4, possibly the key finding of this entire excellent bit of work is it says halfway down, ideally enforcement will be more widely available. Now, this is not the forum to discuss any shortcomings of Police Scotland, but I wonder perhaps if we could have a comment or a view from Darrell or others about the usefulness of community speed watch, which Darrell has mentioned already. Again, harking back to the good old days of Tayside Police, community speed watch was encouraged. My experience recently has been it is not really encouraged. Recently they introduced it in Meagle, almost in the teeth of opposition. They had to be particularly determined and thrown in Meagle to raise the considerable sum required and get all the training, and then find that the camera had to be recalibrated at a cost of several £100, even though it's not used actually in court cases. And I just wondered if we have any plans to try and expand community speed watch, or perhaps spread the equipment around the area so that, for instance, Meagle does not have to find, I think it was in excess of £1,000, which will be beyond most small communities. And again, the moving around of this might have the same effect of my previous question. I just wonder if any plans for that.
It's something which the community safety team are engaged in, so it's a matter for the council's community safety team and Police Scotland. The traffic and network team funded 2 of the handheld speed detector devices, which we passed on to community safety. I think one of the problems that they were finding at Meagle was, and again it's similar to the police, because they have to be overt, because they have to be seen as much for their own safety, that it was influencing the driver's behaviour long before the vehicle actually approached them, and so the drivers were slowing down. I think there was there were expressions of disappointment, shall we say, expressed because perhaps some of the speeds weren't quite as high. That we should look at that as a good thing, that it influenced driver behaviour, it brought speeds down. It's not something which we would be pursuing within the traffic and network team, but it is something which the community safety team are keen to promote. And again, with the new council officer appointed, that's part of the educational initiatives that could maybe be undertaken. I think the other area of education is the likes of what they're affectionately termed the pop-up gyms, the cardboard cutout policemen. We have some concerns about that, just to do with location of them and who puts them out, where they're located, how they are secured. We need to ensure that they don't actually block the footway. But it is another way of getting communities involved in how they influence vehicle speed through their villages. But yes, I can certainly pass these concerns on to Roddy Ross and the community safety team.
Okay, I think that brings us to the end of our questions. I'm sure Darrell will be absolutely delighted. So thank you for all of your questions, members, and a particular thanks. I think we all must agree to Darrell for answering them all so eloquently and so fully. The one thing this exercise has given us is valuable information about driver behaviour, what can be done to influence it. And while the evidence shows that 20-mile-an-hour signs alone provide some changes to speed, it also shows us that other measures such as infrastructure or police enforcement that we've just talked about are often required. And as more requests come forward for 20-mile-an-hour sites, we now have the information to make an informed judgment on whether it will work, and if not, what other infrastructure is needed. But for me, the key thing here is that communities really like them. And I know that from the trial in Errol, over 100 people responded to my request for their opinion, and out of those people, more than 80% of them wanted the speed limit to stay and I understand that's similar for other trial sites. And I should just say that once operational, the Kinross Area Committee could consider requests from residents reintroducing 20-mile-an-hour zones, road safety zones, etc., which would then be assessed by officers in light of any national or regional guidance or our council's policy. And I refer to the criteria as regards this particular paper, as there needs to be a consistent approach taken by officers as to assessment and recommendations. Officers would then make the recommendations for the Kinross Area Committee for approval. I'm happy to move this report, and I understand Councillor Stewart is standing by to second it. Councillor Stewart.
Yes, thank you, Convener. Very happy to second this report. The desire of our communities for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits is evident across Perth and Kinross. It's great to see that we are, as a council, able to respond and meet that challenge from our communities with this detailed paper and this policy where the requests will come from elected members and community representative groups. The important point there in terms of the community representative groups being that they are the experts and they will know best when and where dangerous exceedances of the speed limits occur, and bringing in this policy will allow us to respond to that in an attempt to prevent accidents rather than simply respond or react to areas where accidents have happened. I'm very happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I'm going to open up for comments just momentarily. I did say that around about 11:30 we would have a quick break, and I think once we finish this paper, that's exactly what we'll do. But we'll move to comments now, and first up is Councillor Robertson, followed by Councillor Bailey. Councillor Robertson, please.
Yes, thank you, Convener. First of all, I would like to say that this report I found both informative and actually, when I read it, I actually learned a lot about traffic speeds and how to control them. I'd always thought that if you just put up a 20-mile-an-hour sign, that would have a major impact on the speeds on a road. And obviously, reading the report from the road safety team, it requires other infrastructure to actually make it work in certain circumstances. So I just found the whole report extremely good, and it's like a blueprint for all local authorities, I would say, in dealing with speeding issues. So congratulations to the officers. But I think the report also puts an onus on the council to actually provide the budgets to actually put in the infrastructure in areas where we put in speed reductions to put in the to make sure that they are effective. It's not just about putting the sign up, it's about actually making the road bringing the road into an area, into a position where the speeds will be reduced. I think we're very fortunate here in Kinrossshire, in as much as all our little hamlets were included in the trials in with regard to speed reductions, which is very good. And through the help of the council, nearly, I think, all our little rural roads now, stretching through Kinrossshire and all the way to Forgandenny and Dunning, are now green routes, which means that the speed limit on these roads reduced to 40. So it makes the whole environment much, much safer and sends a really strong signal to the people of Perth and Kinross that we as a council take road safety extremely seriously and are really keen to encourage people to walk and cycle wherever possible. So I think all in all, it's an excellent report, and so thank you and the officers for all the work you put into it.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson, and I'm just going to quickly say I agree with your point about money. I don't actually think there will ever be enough money in our budget to satisfy every demand that we get for road safety measures, and we put a significant amount of money into the budget, as you know, a couple of years ago, which resulted in so many of the vehicle activated signs that you've just commented on. But I think I'd caution the fact that, I'm sure Darrell will agree, I think there will never be enough money in our budget to satisfy every request that we get. Moving on to Councillor Bailey, followed by Councillor Simpson. Councillor Bailey, please.
Thank you, convener. I'm very happy to support this paper, although it is with a tiny bit of reservation, but that reservation I think is covered within the recommendations, and that's to the extent of really where I was exploring with that question earlier, and other people have mentioned as well, to the extent that it seems like just putting up 20-mile-an-hour signs has a negligible impact, if any, and it's really in combination with other measures, whether those are enforcement or traffic calming, that we actually make a difference to road speeds and compliance with the limits. So I think, assuming that's the lesson that we're taking forward, very happy to support this. The other thing that weighs on my mind is that I'm in full agreement with what Councillors Forbes and Stewart have said, to the extent that this is something that is popular with residents. That similarly, I've spoken to a lot of people in Errol, much like you have, Councillor Forbes, and the majority of people who have given it serious thought, I would go so far as to say, are in support of a 20-mile-an-hour limit. And for that reason, as well as those people being in the majority, I'm happy to support this and to support future 20-mile-an-hour limits where appropriate and where we believe that in combination with other measures, they will help improve safety. So thank you very much for the paper and happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Simpson, and then after that followed by the last comment from Councillor Duff. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, convener. This is indeed an excellent report, but I would make a couple of points. I'm particularly delighted that the council and councillors have finally caught up with Councillor Robertson and myself, who have been banging on about 20-mile-an-hour speed limits for about 20 years. And many of the things we've said in the past have been borne out in this report, although there's lots to be learned from it. I think perhaps it's time to stop being quite so nice to Darrell. I think we're making him nervous if this continues. I think we want to congratulate him on the quality of this report. We want him to carry on. And I hope, convener, to be said that he and his team are given the support and have sufficient capacity to do all the many things we expect of them. It's good that Darrell's the one answering all the questions, but I hope he has the backing of a full team to give him the capacity to fulfil all the promise of this report. It is indeed popular. At Community Council at Scone on Monday, they had done a doodle poll on this very thing, which was overwhelmingly in favour of 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. And I think there's a challenge here to those of us who think driving faster past shops and parks is a good idea, and to put forward their views, because I feel that the next move here should be blanket 20-mile-an-hour speed limits across particular areas of Perth and Kinross, and I look forward to more work on that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. I can assure you road safety is very much high on my agenda, but as I've said once or maybe twice already, we are within the limits of the money that we have available to us, but it very much is a priority, and I see Darrell has answered your specific comment in the chat. So we'll finish with Councillor Duff, and then we'll have a break after that. Councillor Duff.
Thanks, convener. Just wanted to say that being a resident in Aberfeldy, I believe that we have seen a notable improvement in traffic speeds beyond that detailed within the report. The VAS signs are very effective in getting vehicles to slow down, and as far as the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit is concerned, the funny thing is that when I drive through the town at 20 miles per hour, everybody behind me decides to do the same. So, you know, perhaps the solution is in our own hands. As has been commented on, I think we have to recognise that there are fewer police officers in our communities, and the limits will not be regularly enforced. I think what's needed is better education of drivers, not just in terms of speed limits and their benefits, but also perhaps in relation to issues such as responsible parking. We need to remember that the difference between 30 miles per hour and 20 miles per hour could very well be someone's life. And I think we all need to work harder at changing community attitudes towards speeding. Very happy to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. And I wonder if the reason everybody stayed behind you is because you still keep your policeman's hat on the back shelf of your car, don't you? Now, even though you've retired. Right, can I just formally ask that we agree this report?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, I did suggest a break at 11:30. It's now 11:49, so I'm going to have an 11-minute break. And can I ask everyone to be back at their desks very sharp for 12 o'clock? I'll look forward to seeing you then. Darrell, thank you very much for your time. I think you're free to go.
Thank you, convener.
I was about to say good morning, everyone, but it's now technically good afternoon, so I think we'll make a start. So that takes us on to item 7 on the agenda, which is the Perth and Kinross Council's food growing strategy. And can I ask Andy Clegg to introduce the report, please? Andy, I can't hear you, although you're not on mute.
According to the screen, Angus, he is on mute.
Is that better?
Yes, I can hear you now. That's really weird
Excellent.
because he's not showing as mute on my screen. But anyway, we can hear you and that's all that matters. So let's try again.
Yes, I've been having a few issues with my technology this morning, so hopefully it'll stick with us through this. But thank you very much, Convener, and good afternoon, councillors. So yes, this report proposes adoption of a food growing strategy for Perth and Kinross. It is the culmination of a lot of good joint work between officers in the community green space and planning and regeneration services, and helps us to fulfil the government's aspiration for a good food nation by 2025. It also helps us discharge some of the duties we have under the Community Empowerment Act. Since the last committee report exactly a year ago, the team have consulted on the draft strategy, and this has enabled them to finalise the proposals before committee today. Although the process has been delayed due to the pandemic, it has been clear that food growing has become an even more popular and important to people during this period. The strategy therefore covers a wide range of food growing opportunities, from fruit trees in parks and gardens to community growing spaces and full-scale allotments. While most of the current allotment provision in Perth and Kinross is privately managed, the Council have, since the 1st of April 2020, been required to maintain a waiting list for allotments and take reasonable steps to accommodate local demand for growing spaces. We now have a list, and this needs to be developed in conjunction with the private existing allotment groups. And currently there is interest from several individuals and communities. If the strategy is agreed, resources in addition to those already identified will be required to help these community groups identify, secure and develop growing spaces in their areas. Many of the activities are listed in the strategy action plan and would involve additional staff and a fund to support the establishment of more community allotment associations similar to the 6 the Council previously helped to establish. Prioritisation criteria would be developed to ensure a fair and equitable approach is taken, with an emphasis on the most deprived areas of Perth and Kinross. This very much reflects the ethos of the Perth and Kinross Offer Partnership working approach between the Council and our communities. It is also a key strand of the Council's wider good food strategy, which is also being developed to address food security, distribution and waste. By delivering this strategy, we'll be helping to realise the vision of people across Perth and Kinross having more opportunities and being better skilled at growing their own food, thereby leading healthier, more sociable and sustainable lives. We therefore recommend that the committee approves the Perth and Kinross food growing strategy and notes the work being progressed to address the resourcing issues outlined within the report. So thank you for that, and Peter Marshall and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Andy. There are no question requests yet, but I'm hoping that's not because my chat function's not working. Oh no, it is. Here's Councillor McCall, first question.
You didn't think you'd get off easy, did you, Convener? No, I'm sorry. Thank you very much indeed for the report. I'm very, very pleased with it. Just a question that springs to mind. Have we engaged with our colleagues in housing? There's lots of garden space in various different areas that isn't actually being utilised as garden space. And I didn't know if there was some connection that we could possibly do to try and utilise this space in the sort of food growing strategy that could be a community buy-in in some way. So have we done that join up thinking along those lines?
Thank you, Councillor McCall. Yes, I mean, obviously in taking this strategy forward, we'll be looking at all opportunities for people to undertake food growing, you know, whether that's within our parks and open spaces, whether it's in housing sites, whether it's in private gardens, and we will this is the idea, the person in post will be able to help all of those community groups look at any of those sorts of opportunities. So yes, very much we'll look at every possibility in those localities.
Thank you, Andy.
Brilliant, thank you.
Claire wants to say something on this as well, perhaps with her housing hat on. Claire?
Yeah, I think Andy's probably covered the answer, but absolutely yes. I mean, we've got a number of areas of housing revenue account land, and we have looked at these kind of areas in the past, particularly smaller pieces of land that we might not be able to use for redevelopment, such as garages and lock-up sites. So, and we will continue to work in partnership to identify suitable sites. So absolutely yes.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thanks for that. Claire, if I must may take convener's privilege and just ask a follow-up question, would we ever get to the situation where you could, with agreement with a tenant who has no interest in their garden, let someone else look after it on their behalf? As in, use it for their own food growing or whatever. Is that ever a possibility?
That would be up to tenants, obviously, and it would be through their own, obviously, consent and agreement, but we probably have numerous examples of where that already happens. Some elderly tenants looking after younger tenants' gardens and vice versa, so that, you know, that already happens on an informal basis. So I think it's just, again, encouraging that as a possibility if tenants wish to do so.
Thank you, Claire. Sorry to jump in, everyone. Councillor Parrott, followed by Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much, convener. My question relates to the definition of allotments under the types of community growing. The phrase "otherwise than with a view to making a profit." I hope that would not exclude, if you like, community groups being able to use land or use an allotment and sell produce for the continuation of their community and charitable aims. I'd be grateful if someone might confirm that. Thanks.
Do you know the answer to that, Andy?
I don't know specifically if we have to restrict the sale for those purposes, you know, if they're selling produce, but I don't know if Peter Marshall might know more on that, but you know,
already indicated he can answer, so why don't we go to Peter? I assume this definition is not, is this definition set by us, Andy, or is it set by government?
There is legislation around it, so we'd have to just be very clear about what that said and what the parameters of that are, but maybe Peter knows exactly what the legislation says. So.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, actually. Peter?
Thank you. I'm not sure, convener, I can directly quote the legislation on this, but I do know from past experience that the allotment legislation is quite restrictive, and I suspect it may impose a barrier, and that's why in working with groups before, we've encouraged more communal community growing areas which aren't bound up by the legislation rather than going down the allotment route. One of the other problems with allotments is once they are designated as allotments, it is very difficult, if not nigh impossible, to change the use, and that prevents, in some occasions, landowners being willing to cooperate because they have entered into a commitment in perpetuity rather than for a temporary basis. So we would need to get legal to look at the definition of a charity selling produce for public good, as opposed to an individual selling for profit, which would clearly be out with the scope of allotment legislation. Thank you.
Thanks. I see Fiona wants to answer, but I think it's a really good and valid question. I think we'd like to somehow or other get to the answer, whether it's today or in a follow-up. But can we see what Fiona has to say first?
We'll follow up on this. Thanks, convener. But I mean, I think it is a really interesting question. Just to say that in terms of a charitable organisation, it can sell things and it can carry out commercial activities, and you see that in some of our bigger charities as well, so long as those activities don't outweigh the charitable purpose of that organisation. And in this case, I can't see that selling produce would because the purpose of the organisation would be the health and well-being and similar benefits for the local community. But there may be a legislative clash, as there sometimes is, between what charities have to do and the allotment legislation, which Pete and Andy are the experts on rather than me, but we can pick it up and double check, Convener and Councillor Parrott.
Thank you.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah, if I may, Convener, I think that the use of the word profit there, if it had said sale, then that's definitive. But the fact it says profit, I think allows for sale in certain circumstances. And I would hope that in our policy here, we would be, if you like, charitable, as I think Fiona Robertson has suggested, towards community organisations who are doing it, if you like, where the main purpose is for community benefit. Thank you.
I agree, Councillor Parrott. I'd be very disappointed if we took a hardline approach to that, but I think we need to establish what the facts are and come back to all of us. And I think it'd be useful to understand who sets the legislation, whether it's us or government or someone else. But if you're okay with this, Councillor Parrott, we'll get an answer and we'll get back to you and everyone else.
Many thanks.
As soon as we can. Thank you. Next up is Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Convener. My first question relates to 5.3 in page 11 and the waiting list. I just wondered if we can get some clarity on what the waiting list means as regards column 5, because it'd be hard to decide if the waiting list exceeds 50%, as it suggests here, if you don't know what it is. Or maybe I'm missing the point, Convener.
Andy, presumably? Or maybe Peter?
5.3, page 11.
And don't all rush at once.
I'm just having a look. I'm just working.
I'm teasing you, Andy. Take your time.
No. So what specifically was the question, Councillor Simpson, that you wanted to know on that?
It says in the introductory paragraph that where the waiting list exceeds 50% of the available plots, the council is required to take reasonable steps. I'm unable to determine from column 5 how many people that involves, therefore I can't work out the 50%. I'm not looking for an immediate answer, perhaps you can supply it later, but it does seem to be an anomaly to me, unless I'm missing something.
Can I perhaps come in on this?
Of course you can.
I think where we have an allotment, if you take the Creef Island one, there are 66 full-size plots equivalent there. So if we had a waiting list of 33 or more, we would be required to start looking for additional land for allotments within that area. So I think that's my interpretation of what's required. And similarly, if it had been in the Glengarry Road area, and it had been 27 or more in the waiting list, we would be required to take reasonable steps. There is also requirement to take reasonable steps where 15 or more people have registered on the list looking for allotments in a specific locality. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks. May I ask another question now, or would you like to come back?
If you don't mind coming back, Councillor Simpson, I don't want to treat you different to anyone else, and I'm sure you wouldn't want me to do that either. No. So I think we're next on to Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Convener. I have just one question to, I think, mainly Andy Clegg. Given our obligations under the 2015 legislation, I'd like to ask about the resource implications, in particular as regards the full-time officer that is required, and that will be a cost on a recurring basis. From what you state, it looks as if there is indeed a gap on funding of the order of 25,000. How confident, Andy, are you that you can fill that gap funding? Because what concerns one is if it has to wait until budget next year, we lose momentum on this whole project.
Well, Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Yes, I mean, it will be a budget decision, so it's not something that we, we've identified as much resource as we can at the moment for it, and any additional resource beyond that would I think be a budget decision.
So it may be if we cannot fill this post, it may be that we will not be able to fill this post until after the next budget. Is that right?
Well, we're keeping it under constant review, and obviously as soon as we can fill it, we will, and as soon as we can resource it. But I see Claire's maybe wanting to come in on that.
Yeah, I think Claire wants to answer, if that's okay,
Yeah.
Claire.
I mean, absolutely. I think as Andy's described, in the longer term, we obviously have got, a resource gap there that we need to fill. But in the meantime, between now and the year end, we are working across the community service to identify the gap in funding to enable us to fill the post and get started early next year. So that work is underway at the moment.
So there's a good chance that the momentum we've got with this is not going to be lost.
Yeah, we hope to. It's just that as of today, we still haven't identified the gap in the funding. So you can see from the report that some of that has been identified across the service, and work is underway.
All right, thank you.
I think though, Claire, am I right in saying that the momentum really can't stop, because this is a requirement on us by the Scottish Government to do this? Is that right?
Yeah, we have got that obligation, as you can see from the report, in terms of our requirements. So it is an important area for us, and indeed a priority. So securing the funding is obviously key.
Thanks, Claire. So next question, I think, is from Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Convener. First of all, I'd like to let you all know, which you probably know, that most of my working life has been outdoors. The health benefits are enormous, and I think everybody's got to appreciate that. I'm lucky enough to have a garden, and I've been lucky enough to have some raised gardens that I built last year, and enjoyed them. My question is, all the people, for instance, that are in the middle of Perth, would it be possible in the park spaces that we have to either set up something so some of these people could enjoy it, or we could have demonstrations, etc., so that we can encourage people to get involved, and maybe they would be able to take it back to their own communities or their own wee societies and get going?
Andy?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Smith. I mean, part of the role of the new officer will be to look at whether we can set up, sort of umbrella groups to help other groups and people get involved in food growing and learn from others. In fact, it was very successful during the previous period when we were setting up community allotment associations. I think they went and spoke to each other and, benefited from their knowledge and experience as they progress with their own projects. And certainly we would look at trying to set that up. Also, we're potentially looking at trying to develop the West Bank nursery site a little bit more to help community groups learn how to produce food and grow plants up there. So it's something that we have a resource there that we may be able to utilise as well to help community groups do that. So certainly it's something we would want to look at as part of taking this whole project forward.
And schools?
Yes, I mean, we certainly speak to colleagues in education, and if schools want to get involved in it and get involved locally, then that would be great as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Councillor Duff, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thanks, Convener. My question is also around 5.3, the allotment waiting list. What we seem to have there is the waiting list for existing allotments, and I know that there are a number of places, including in Pitlochry in my own ward, where there is a registered interest in allotments by more than the 15 residents that are required. And I just wondered, how many allotment requests are there waiting to be progressed where we haven't found potential growing spaces? Thank you.
I think Peter's indicated he will answer this question.
Yes, thank you, Convener. As of last week, we had our 14th note of interest. I would say they're not all for allotments. Some are for community growing areas, some are for community orchards, but all fitting within the scope of this strategy. Thank you.
That was a much quicker answer than I could get to my unmute button. Thank you for that. I think we're on to Councillor Jarvis now.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask about funding. It says in the paper that we need to identify a funding source. So my question is, are the officers looking for some budgetary input into that? I asked that because I have two that I'm currently working with in my ward, one which could do with a little bit of assistance but was refused a kind of statutory funding. Another one is at its very early stages, and I think there's a possibility of identifying funding. So hence my question. But I want to be sneaky and put in a comment in the interest of saving time. I think
actually, Councillor Jarvis, I'll stop you there. We're going to stick to the procedure if that's okay. And can we just comments for the end? Sorry, maybe get an answer to Councillor Jarvis' question.
Can I come in here? We have identified some funding for supporting allotment groups or community growing areas in terms of the financial assistance to them. What we have not got is the officer to assist with that. I don't think that means that we couldn't deal with a funding request if it was presented now. I'm not aware of the case you're talking about where they were denied funding, but we could look at that if you made us aware of that offline.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. I'll leave you and Peter to sort that particular issue out with the meeting. So that takes us on to, I believe, Councillor Barnacle, who's obviously got his chat function working now. Councillor Barnacle.
Yes, thanks, convener. But actually, I just wanted to make a comment, if that was okay. I had difficulty getting back.
Hang on a second, Councillor Barnacle. I've just told Councillor Jarvis she can't make a comment. I can't treat you differently. That would not be fair. So happy to take a question. If not, we'll come back for comments just shortly, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Barnacle. We have a question from Councillor Simpson, I believe.
Thank you very much, convener. I just have a question that might relate to the input from the planning service to this. Do we have any way of starting off to see if we can have developers to have an obligation to provide land for this purpose in the same way as they do for having a percentage of affordable housing? This would give us a lot of new areas on stream on a permanent basis. And also perhaps with some developments that are taking a number of years, an area could be set aside for temporary use until the house building began. So I wondered if we'd done any work in this regard.
I believe Peter Marshall's got an answer for this question.
Thank you, convener. It's a difficult area. In terms of a planning obligation on a developer, you can only place an obligation on the developer if it relates to the impact of their development. So, for example, a 20-house development would clearly not generate enough scope to generate the requirement for an allotment. And largely speaking, the allotment demand that is there is from the existing residents. However, in a larger development, such as Bertha Park, there is a requirement to identify an area for food growing. The scale of Bertha Park being 3,000 houses, you could easily justify that the scale of their development may generate that demand, but it's not a way of addressing the latent demand that may already be in communities. The other way of doing it would be to have an established demand and a policy where we maybe took contributions towards it, but it would be a very difficult area to get through, I think, in terms of meeting the legal tests of a competent developer contribution, because it's not something that has an impact across the board. It would depend on this type of development, and a development which was largely detached or semi-detached houses with gardens, would generate less interest than a development that was flatted. So it would be a difficult area, I think, to get through the planning process. The question of temporary use, we would welcome that, but it wouldn't be for allotments because this carries a legal status, but it could be for food growing areas. We have also said to some developers that if they were willing to look at allotments, we would treat it as part of their open space requirement for a development. So we're flexible that way, but I think it'd be difficult to have it as an absolute requirement. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And that seems to be the end of the questions. So I'm going to formally move the report. And I just want to say that I really enjoyed reading this report. And I had the opportunity, obviously, to discuss it with officers at the pre-agenda process. And like many people, I took to gardening during lockdown, and I think the food tastes much better. And of course, there are 0 food miles. And had we been in person, I would have gladly brought some nice, lovely tatties to share with you all. But not everyone is as lucky as me to have a large garden, so hopefully this report will be the beginning of us providing more community space for food growing. And as we ramp up our efforts on climate change, we certainly need this kind of thing even more. So I'm happy to move the report, and I understand Councillor McCall is ready to second it. Councillor McCall.
Indeed I am, convener. Thank you very much indeed. I was reading a report recently that 40% of all food is wasted. And food waste is responsible for 10% of the world's global greenhouse gas emissions. When you take into consideration that aviation is responsible for 2.5%, that plastics are responsible for 3.8%, and that deforestation is responsible for 2.2%, we can see that 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions globally from food waste is a serious issue. We're also fully aware that people who grew their own food are more likely to use it all. They are more inclined to compost. They are more inclined to deal with food in an entirely different way. So it's definitely something that needs to be encouraged. And along with that, we have a well-being that comes from literally getting back to the soil. So we've already discussed earlier on today issues that we have regarding our waste and recycling programme, about getting people to buy into it, about not having non-contaminated waste. There's a real chance here that if we get all of this right, do it correctly with a community buy-in that's akin to the progression of the Perth and Kinross offer, we could really do something special. I was very pleased to read this report. I'm glad it is moving forward. I'd like to see it move forward quicker. I would like to see it enhanced in every way possible, and I'd like to see us connecting as many dots as we can to try and bring this forward. But thank you very much for a good report, and I am delighted to second.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. I'm happy to open up for comments, and first off the mark was Councillor Jarvis, who will be followed by Councillor Lang, and Councillor Barnacle, could you please pop C in the box if your chat function is working. Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, thank you. I mean, the discussion has raised an issue with me, and it's all about sustainability. I think we need to put some thought into, and I would ask the officers to consider it, into having a policy on sale, because many of the community gardens want to restock with seeds, plants, etc., and want to do that from selling produce. So we don't want to put them in a position that they're not allowed to sell. So as I say, that's why I think we do need a stated policy on the sustainability of these organisations so that they can aid their communities.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jarvis. Councillor Lang, followed by Councillor Barnacle.
Thanks very much, convener. Obviously, in a lot of depth on that report, which is obviously an extremely good report, and it is the way that we all should be looking to go forward. I'm fortunate and very close to my house in my ward. I have a community farm, a community orchard, and a community field, which are all wonderful projects where members of the community can volunteer to give some of their labour and be rewarded by maybe some spuds, maybe not quite as good as yours, convener will say, but can take them home, or some produce home. And so I welcome this report, and the more widespread we can do it to produce food locally for consumption locally is fantastic. And I think we should have been possibly looking at producing food near our home. As you said, homegrown food tastes better, fresh food tastes better, but that's an argument for another decision we took earlier in the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lay. I don't think we'll get into the my spuds taste better than your spuds argument right at this moment in time, but thank you very much for your comment. Final comment, as far as I can see, is from Councillor Barnacle. Sorry, Councillor Barnacle, I cut you off early, but I do like to stick to the procedure. Councillor Barnacle, please.
Thanks, Convener. I'm totally in favour of this report. I'm lucky enough to have a large garden which was incredibly productive last summer, but some people aren't so lucky, and allotments play a huge part in helping them connect with the land and growing their own food. So I'm strongly in favour of the paper. I'd add one caveat to it, which is a national perspective. According to national planning policy, we should not be building on prime agricultural land, but we are doing that in Perth and Kinross, and I constantly refer to that, and that seems against the spirit of a food growing strategy, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barnacle. Okay, in the absence, we have a comment now from Councillor Gray. Sorry, Councillor Gray, I missed that one. Councillor Gray.
Very much following up from Councillor Barnacle's comment there. It strikes me that certainly in our area, there are a number of vacant walled gardens around sometimes derelict properties, and some have requested permission to put houses on them. Some have indeed had been developed for housing. Would it be possible to use this very significant, ideally located type of piece of ground, which were one time considered ideal for growing produce, for gardens, walled, and converted to community use if communities so wish them?
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Gray. In the absence of any further comments, I'm just going to simply ask, are we happy to agree this report?
Agreed.
Excellent.
Delighted. Yes.
Agreed.
That moves us on to our next item, item 8, and it's the Perth and Kinross Outdoor Access Forum biennial report, or biennial, not quite sure what the correct pronunciation is, but never mind. Before I ask Dave to introduce the report, I just want to say a few words about Councillor Barnacle, who's put a huge amount of work into this particular forum over the years. And I know from talking to other forum members that they valued his judgment and his opinion. So can I say to Councillor Barnacle, on behalf of all of us, thank you very much for the time that you've given to this in the past. And I will now ask Dave Stubbs to introduce the report, please.
Sorry, Convener, I think I'm introducing this one as well, so if that's okay, I'll proceed. Sorry
That's
about
fine.
that.
I'm sorry, Andy, I had Dave Stubbs down, but you will do as good a job as Dave, I'm quite sure. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, well, thank you very much. So this is the delayed annual update report for the Perth and Kinross Access Forum, as the report for 2020 was suspended due to the pandemic. The forum did hold a virtual AGM in April this year, and there were a number of membership changes, with an additional substitute member for the recreation group, one change in the communities group, and 2 changes in the agencies group, including Councillor Barnacle, who has been replaced by Councillor Smith. There remains, however, a vacancy in the land manager group, which we are keen is filled as soon as possible, just to ensure that that important aspect of outdoor access is fully represented. The forum, supported by council officers, also held a number of other virtual meetings during the period. The pandemic and restrictions on travel have seen a significant increase in numbers accessing the countryside and path networks in Perth and Kinross, and indeed Scotland overall. This was combined with understandable local and land manager fears about the spread of the virus, and we saw an increased number of obstruction cases and incidents. The forum obstruction subgroup were kept up to date and assisted with a number of difficult cases. The council also proactively put signage out on the most popular routes to encourage distancing and hygiene measures, and we kept our web pages up to date. The additional Perth and Kinross visitor rangers helped enormously to encourage and educate visitors in responsible access for the 2021 season. The forum commented on access changes arising from the proposed Crosstay Link Road and the Panholes level crossing at Blackford and other planning applications. They are still very keen to try and formalise their role as a consultee in the planning process, but this remains out with the statutory framework. The Community Green Space Service continues to support the work of the forum and are looking at ways to develop the partnership working model to further promote responsible access as part of the Perth and Kinross offer. The committee is therefore asked to confirm the new appointments and reappointments as set out in Appendix 1, to allow the Executive Director Communities to oversee the filling of any casual vacancies by the forum during the next reporting period, and note the activities and progress of the Perth and Kinross Outdoor Access Forum since September 2019. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Andy, and I'll ask if there are any questions. Councillor Williamson first, please.
Thank you, Convener. My question is relating to the Outdoor Access Code and how much pressure it seems to be under at the moment, given various pressures from both landowners and people who want to enjoy the benefits of the Outdoor Access Code. One of my thoughts is, or concerns is, are we reviewing the Outdoor Access Forum, considering setting up local groups that people that do have concerns about outdoor access can contribute to the work of the Outdoor Access Forum?
Andy, I presume you can answer, or try at least.
Yeah, I mean, the forum is independent of the council, so we could suggest those sorts of things to the forum and see if they wish to take that on. But obviously it's up to them ultimately whether they do or not. We're certainly trying to get them to, they do go out and look at particular access cases if we've got a problem, and the public are welcome to get in touch with them. I think they have their own web pages. I see Dave Stubbs is actually here, so I don't know whether he can add any more to that, but certainly it's a role we'd like to see the forum play more in, working with the local communities. But it's just, they're all volunteers, so it would be down to their ability and resources to do that, I would think.
Dave, I see you're joining us from your car. Is there anything else you want to contribute?
Nothing really.
Could I come back, Convener?
I think Dave's connection has gone anyway, so yeah, please do, Councillor Simpson.
Okay, I'm sorry. My question therefore is if a local community or area wanted to set up a local outdoor access forum, there would be nothing to stop it happening. Is that what you're saying, Andy?
Well, the access forum's actually well, it's linked to the Land Reform Act, and we're supposed to have a single local access forum for this area, Perth and Kinross. So I don't know that they could set up separate individual access forums in that way, because there's only supposed to be one for the council area. However, we have a number of path groups, for example. So if people wanted to get involved in improving the local path network, or even contributing to the development of that, they're more than welcome to get involved that way. So I don't know if Dave wants to add to that.
I think Dave's going to try again, but we'll see what the connection's like. Try again, Dave.
Sorry, I'm joining a connection. A couple of things.
No, Dave, we just can't hear you.
No.
Anything you could pop in the chat box for us?
Sure, I can.
Or maybe try switching off your camera to see if that improves the connection. I think we might have to abandon this particular one and move on, because I just don't think we're going to get Dave in. Councillor Williamson, are you happy with what you've heard so far? It seems that we couldn't have a second access forum, but there are opportunities for people to get involved who have a view on this. Is that fair?
I'm looking at the paragraph 1.4, where it says that there's limited resources available to resolve issues. Even I would be happier if someone came along and said, well, look, if you can't set up an individual outdoor access forum within an individual area, what is to, you know, why can't we set up an outdoor access forum subgroup for a particular area that's allowed to look at its issues within that under the umbrella of the original outdoor access forum?
Andy, do you happen to know if that's possible within the rules that we have to work within?
I couldn't confirm now, but I'm certainly happy to go away and have a look at that and discuss it with officers and come back to you, Councillor Williamson, and obviously anybody else on the committee, and just advise what the position is on that, if that's okay.
I think it seems a reasonable and sensible suggestion. My feeling is we'll probably be tied up in legislation that we don't have any control over. But are you happy, Councillor Williamson, for that to be looked at and to report back on? Yeah,
I'd be grateful if Andy could come back to me and let me know, and happy to have further conversations with him about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you both for that. So where have we got to? I think we're on to Councillor Duff.
Thanks, Convener. Hopefully mine's a fairly simple question. Obviously part of the aim of the forum is about managing responsible public access to the outdoor area. And over the last 2 summers especially, we've obviously seen a fair bit of irresponsible public access to the outdoors. And the question was just whether the Outdoor Access Forum were involved in the discussions around our visitor management policy, etc., and the potential resolution of these issues.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Duff. Yes, we have spoken to them about the visitor management issues. They're not actively involved in that now, but we do keep them up to date on what we're doing about it. And obviously with if they can get another land manager rep onto the forum, that would be really helpful, because we get that perspective from the forum, as well as, you know, obviously the access takers perspective. So it's really useful for us to get land manager representation on that if at all possible. But obviously they're trying their best to recruit in that direction at the moment. But certainly we communicate with the forum regularly, and we keep them up to date with what's happening on the visitor management side.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. I'm not seeing any further requests in the box for questions. I see a couple of comments coming in, which we'll come to momentarily. So I just want to say to everyone that this really is a matter close to my heart. I'm a big fan of responsible access to the countryside. In my days as a Duke of Edinburgh assessor, I spent many weekends camping in a beautiful countryside with lots of young people who benefited from it, and that wouldn't have been possible had it not been for the access code that we enjoy here. Sadly, however, we do have some people who seem to forget the word responsible, and in my role as a convener, I often have sight of issues between landowners and access takers, and it takes an incredible amount of work and patience on behalf of Andy and his team to resolve them. And I just want to reiterate what I said earlier to thank Councillor Barnacle for his years of work on this group. I know it was much appreciated, and I'm happy to move this paper, and I understand Councillor Smith is happy to second it. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Convener. I'm very happy to second this report. I would also like to thank Councillor Barnacle, who in times I'm afraid I've not been able to meet, like a lot of you have not been able to meet. The outdoors is very close to my heart. I love cycling, and I will say it as an electric bike, which is a lot better. The countryside is ours, and it's ours to look after. I've had experience quite closely with core path problems, and it just showed me that the local people are very involved in making sure that that's accessible. So I think we've all got responsibilities, and we've got to get out there enjoying it, because for our good health and our well-being, it's a must. So I think the forum in this report is very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll move on to comments, and so far the only one I have at the moment is from Councillor Lane. So Councillor Lane, please.
Thanks, Convener. It's not actually on this paper, it's just I'm sure you're aware, but just to let all the members of the committee and the officers be aware that any question that's asked by any member of the committee that can't be answered by an officer at this time doesn't go back just to the specific person, the questioner. It goes to all of us, so we all get the benefit of the answer to the question that is unable to be answered. I just want to make sure everybody is aware of that.
Thanks, Councillor Lang, and yeah, that was discussed earlier, and I think somewhere in the bowels of the chat history, Barbara has actually pointed that out as well, but thanks for reminding us all of that. Are there any further comments on this paper? Okay, in that case, are we happy to agree this report?
Agreed.
Excellent.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So moving on to paper number 9, which is the free festive parking paper. And before I ask Hunter to introduce it, I just want to say a few words about this paper. It's, as you can imagine, it's a matter given considerable thought to over the past few months, as we focus even more on climate change and decisions that have been made by Council about our reaction to climate change and what we're going to do about it. So I've given a lot of thought to whether we should continue with this or not. Now, the policy has been around for a good number of years, far more than 10 in one form or another. And we started our administration with a commitment to support businesses. The council are already doing a lot for climate change, and after COVID, I think anything we can do to support our high streets, I think we should. So on balance, I've brought this paper forward today because I think the last year of our administration, I think it's something that we should continue to do. We don't have a majority on this committee. I'm completely open to the fact that other people may well have a different opinion to this and may want to change it, and that's absolutely fine. My view is that this is the last year of this administration. In a year's time, someone else will be sitting in this chair, and I suspect they may have a different view about that. Well, I hope they're not literally sitting in this chair, because this is my chair in my house. But I'm going to move on and ask for the paper to be introduced by Hunter, and then we'll open up to discussion and debate, and we'll see where we go with it from there. Is Hunter with us?
I am, convener. Thank you for that, and good afternoon, councillors. It's been almost a decade since the council started running the free parking initiative in the run-up to Christmas time in order to support businesses and residents and visitors. Most recently, the offer has been free parking on Saturdays, and we've received very positive feedback both from businesses and through social media. As the convener said, some thought has been given to the appropriateness of this recommendation in the report due to the climate emergency. And I would draw your attention to a couple of lines in the report that speak to this. The first one is the recognition that public transport usage is sitting at around 75% of pre-pandemic levels. So there is still some understandable reluctance for people to use public transport, and that might increase come the winter time. And the second thing is that Stagecoach are not able to offer free bus travel at Christmas time this year in the way that they had previously done, due to the condition of their finances and also to government grant conditions. So if people do want or need to use their car this year, this Christmas time, it's probably better for business and the environment if they're incentivised to go local, to eat, to shop, to go to the theatre, the concert hall, etc. And that's why the recommendation in the report is to offer free parking on Saturday the 4th, the 11th and the 18th. Parking is already free on Christmas Day in all council car parks across Perth and Kinross. It's estimated that that will result in lost income of around £15,000. Happy to take any questions, convener.
Thank you, Hunter. Open up the floor to any questions for Hunter. Okay, I'm not seeing. Oh, question from Councillor Bailey first, please.
Thank you, convener. Two questions, if I may. Am I okay to ask both of them? They're both quite short.
I think in this case we'll allow that to go. Councillor Bailey, thank you.
Great, thank you. So the first one is, what's the likely net impact on air quality in the centre of Perth that results from us having more people come by car? The second one is, do we have any empirical evidence as to the effectiveness of this policy based on its impact in previous years? Thank you.
Hunter, can you have a stab at either or both of those?
I'll have a go at both, convener. In the first question, I guess the impact would depend on the number of people that take up the offer and come into the city, or indeed any of our towns, because parking would be free in the city and all the towns as a result of the offer. So I can't be definitive on what that impact will be without having an idea of that. The second question was around empirical evidence. Now, I guess if in the sense empirical, that can be evidence gained from previous years. And I mentioned before the empirical evidence we have around feedback from businesses and from social media. However, considering the word empirical in the sense provable, then I've nothing to offer in terms of being able to prove that a certain level of economic impact has been attained. I can't do that.
Okay, thank you for both.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Lane, followed by Councillor Simpson.
Sorry, Convener, Peter could answer the air quality issue.
Very good point. Peter, thank you.
Thank you, Convener. I think the point to note is twofold. As Hunter says, there isn't empirical evidence that it increases the number of people who come into town. There is evidence that people like it. And let's face it, you offer somebody something for free and they're going to say they like it. So on the assumption that this perhaps doesn't increase the numbers of people coming into town, there should be minimal impact on air quality. But I don't think we have the evidence to actually prove that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Sorry to cut you off, Councillor Lane. The floor is now yours.
No, thanks you, Convener. And I think people like stuff for nothing, but they also like the planet to continue in the way that we want it to continue and improve. So there's maybe two sides to that. If we could ask Hunter, have we been here before in the last 2 or 3 years where we've talked about this would probably be the last year that we would support free parking, and we would ask officers to go away and work up other ways of utilising this money? As I said earlier, 1 in 5 households in Perth and Kinross do not have access to a motor vehicle, so they cannot travel and avail themselves of this. I think we should be enhancing demand response transport and using the funding some way that officers can find to be used for that, so that citizens have more of a choice. We should be enhancing maybe the park and ride, etc. as well, so people aren't driving into the city centre. I know that we've got the same. It's because of COVID that this hasn't been worked up, but we've been asking for this for 3 years. And I'd like Hunter to respond also. And we don't have any empirical evidence, do we really? It's anecdotal. It was the same when we had the representative from the Perth Traders Association each year, even though they asked for evidence on footfall, etc., increase in sales. It was just anecdotal because you couldn't provide it. Is that the case, Hunter? It's all anecdotal.
So, Councillor Lang, the evidence we have is as in the report. It's feedback from surveys of businesses involved, trading over the Christmas period, and from social media.
Hunter, are you able to pick up on Councillor Lane asked something about park and rides as well and other stuff? Certainly, Convener. More of a comment than a question, but if there was a question in there that needs an answer, are you able to do so?
Well, so the question was, have we been here before and gone over this at the same committee at the same stage where last year we said this would probably be the last time we did this because we would look for a more sustainable incentive.
So if I can just come back on that quickly, Convener. We did work with Stagecoach previously in order to help them to come up with an offer for people to use the bus free at Christmas time. But unfortunately, they're not in a position to do that this year, A, because of the impact of COVID on their finances, and B, because of government grant conditions. But that's something we will be looking to pursue with them in future years. Free festive parking notwithstanding, that's something that we want to do anyway.
Thanks, Hunter. Councillor Lane, does that answer your question? I'm keen that we just get to the root of every question on this paper.
I feel that in your comment that this is the last council meeting, and members of the Conservative Party said that it was for political reasons that we were supporting PH2O, and I'm worried that we're putting off a decision to next year on free festive parking because of political situation rather than what benefits. We're in the COP is coming to Glasgow. We should be leading by example, and I don't think that at this stage, and this is sounding like a comment, but the question still is: we have been here before, and we've not moved forward in 3 years on this.
Well, I think Hunter's outlined that he did have discussions with Stagecoach, and they, for the reasons he's just given, aren't able to support it. And I think I opened this by giving my views on it, that this is clearly an area that we will have some debate on, and I'm open to other people's points of view. So I'm hoping that you've at least got some answers to that question. I'm quite keen just to move on and see where the debate takes us, if that's okay. And I'd like to do that with Councillor Simpson next, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Convener. Ordinarily, I would give some of the views just expressed my support, but I think COVID casts a different light on this. So my question would be, possibly even for you, Convener, perhaps it would be helpful once we have the wash up from all the things we've done at Christmas time to hand, if we had either a briefing or maybe even a member officer working group to look at how we encourage people back to the town centre all year and at Christmas time, and offer some incentive to those people who choose not to use their cars or don't have a car to use. But I think now is the wrong time to change what seems to me a relatively small amount of money for what could just be a Christmas gesture, but will encourage more footfall within the city centre at this critical time.
Thanks, Councillor Simpson. I think there are already other groups that look after things like that, like the Perth City Centre Forum and Perth Leadership Board. So I don't think starting up another working group or another member officer group, but given that in a previous paper I talked about the stresses that are already on the staff resources of the council, I'm not personally not thinking I don't think that's the right thing to do, to just throw yet another working group into the mix. I have said already this is the last term of this administration, and I fully expect whoever's in this seat, not this literally seat, as I said, will have a different view on this. I do, however, believe that given that COVID has damaged the high street even more than it already was, given that it's a relatively small sum of money, given it's the last year of this administration, I personally feel it's the thing to do. But I am open to debate and discussion and other people's points of view on that. But so thank you for your question. Councillor Gray is next.
Yes, thank you, Convener. Hunter mentioned that the bus use had risen to only 75% of pre-pandemic figures. Does this give cognizance to the fact that online purchasing and online and home deliveries from such purchasing have increased vastly over that same period? Therefore, not so many people presumably are visiting the towns. Well, we're well aware of that with the number of shops closing, but there is that point which should not be missed from the fact that buses are not used as much as they were before. Would you agree with this?
Sorry, was that a question for me or for Hunter?
It's for Hunter or yourself, whoever can answer it.
Hunter, can you take
Peter
over?
Marshall, Convener.
Oh, sorry, Peter Marshall has said, and actually, sorry, Claire, I've just noticed you had a request to answer a question. Was that a previous one and I missed you?
Yes, that's fine, Councillor Forbes. I just was going to come in terms of, I think, just the discussion round and about the previous commitment to investigate alternative proposals beyond next year, and I think just very much to put the context in terms of the COVID, obviously officers and staff have been very much responding to COVID over the course of the last 18 months, and indeed I think the situation in terms of Stagecoach and the position for public transport, I think it's left us in this position in terms of where we are currently this year. So just I think to add that context.
Thanks, Claire. I'm sorry I missed you. Peter, jumping around from questions here, are you able to answer
Thank you.
Question?
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Yes, undoubtedly, online retailing has had a major impact on town centres across the world, probably not just Scotland or Britain. That is affecting the number of people who are coming into town, and a proportion of these would have been on the bus. But the big fundamental difference with the buses are twofold. in terms of the usage figures. One, fewer people, including the council, are not coming into town for work purposes. The second reason is people have had a fear of bus travel and being in close proximity to other people. We have buses with reduced capacity still on the network, and we have seen a rapid increase in the purchase of second cars, hence why we have a shortage of second-hand cars at the moment, because people have got out of the habit of using public transport and are fearful of using public transport. And these are the barriers we've got to overcome, and they're going to be a challenge for future years. Thank you.
Thanks for that answer. And I think I'd also just maybe add to that, if I may, Councillor Greig. I know you included me in your question there. And if we think about options to us, and of course one of the options that was looked at by the team was to involve public transport in this, and for reasons which have now been outlined twice, that wasn't a goer. But even public transport, I think I'd argue that somebody who lives in the far reaches of Highland Perthshire, even if the buses were subsidised or free, it's more convenient for them to get in their car and drive to Perth. And I'd rather they did that and come to Perth. They're going to drive somewhere. I'd rather they drove to Perth than drive to Stirling, Dundee, Glasgow or Edinburgh. And that's, that's another consideration that we have to take on it as well. Last question, so far as I can see at the moment, is Councillor Duff, unless, oh no, there's a couple more. So Councillor Duff, followed by Councillor McCall. Councillor Duff, please.
Thanks, Convener. My question, I think, is around about, gaining this empirical evidence about car use and such like. And I wonder, given that we all, I think now have these QR code type things on our phones, whether we could have a QR type code survey at these parking car parks, so that we could encourage people to log in and respond as to why they've come into town that day, etc. It might be a way of getting some answers to these questions.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. At the risk of saying what I said earlier on, I'm slightly concerned about the workload pressures on the staff, but can I open this up to either Hunter or perhaps Claire or Barbara to see if that is a viable option at this point in time?
So, Convener, I'm happy to take that. I'm not au fait with the technology involved, but it's something that we can certainly look at and explore the viability of, Councillor Duff.
Okay.
Yeah, happy with that. Just throw it into the mix. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Duff. Next question from Councillor McCall, followed by Councillor Stewart.
Thank you for your indulgence here, Convener. It was actually a question more on the way this discussion has gone rather than the report. It was mentioned earlier on that there was government restrictions to funding for public transport, and as such they would not be able to offer the same kind of free service that we had previously experienced from Stagecoach. Can somebody shed a little bit more light on that, just so that I've got a full understanding for the debate? Was it some kind of government funding that allowed them to do this previously and that has been rescinded, or is it just something that they don't get funding if they don't do things in a specific way? I just need a little bit more information regarding that so that we know what we're dealing with.
Thank you for your question. Hunter, are you able to answer that, or would we need someone from public transport?
I'm happy to answer that, Convener. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Part of the condition of the grant funding from the government that operators still get a top up from what they would have received from commercial passengers is that they don't promote the use of public transport during the pandemic for health reasons.
Thank you for that. That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Hunter. So it does appear to me that you and the team have explored every option in terms of public transport to deal with this particular issue. Councillor Stewart is the last question as far as I can see, unless someone else wants to pop a cue in the box.
Thanks, Convener. In terms of the maybe one on air quality and one on empirical evidence, in terms of the whether more people are coming into the town, I recall the first year that we introduced the free festive weekend parking in 2017, coming into Perth on a weekend, and I think it was the I think I had to go around 4 car parks before I could actually find a space. What I'm wondering is whether we have any empirical evidence about the occupancy of the car parks. I know that wouldn't necessarily be the case for you know, some of the small off-street ones, but maybe maybe Canal Street. Is there any evidence of occupancy?
Hunter, I assume the usage figures are available. Whether you actually have them to hand, of course, is another matter.
I don't have the figures to hand, convener, but thanks for the question, councillor. We are able to. We have a proxy of for car park usage, which is the amount of income collected in any particular day. So we have a reasonable idea across the footprint what the patronage is in our various car parks, with the exception of South Inch and Canal Street, which being very new are completely computerized, so we have exact numbers for those. And you're right, as members will be aware that at Christmas time and when various events are on, parking's pretty much a premium in the city, and it's not unusual to have to travel around a wee bit to find a space right in the centre of the city, although there's always capacity at the edges to be found. So we can share capacity numbers with committee if that's something that you would like us to do.
Okay, instead of capacity judged by the income received, what I was wondering about was, for example, whether we have the number of barrier raises in any of the barriered car parks. That might be something, but I think it'd be useful to have the information circulated. The other question was just on air quality, maybe for Mr. Marshall. Just over the period. You know, I think back again, as I said, in 2017, an electric vehicle would have been a rarity, relatively speaking. Presumably, if we had the same numbers of people coming into the town centre now as we did in 2017, the air quality would be improved because more people would be using electric vehicles.
I suspect we're asking Hunter something that's out with his remit, but if he is able to answer,
I was trying for Mr. Marshall, but
oh, sorry, right, Peter, are you happy to take that one then?
Yes, the uptake of electric vehicles is increasing and will result in general improvements. However, air quality problems largely stem from congestion rather than just traffic moving through the towns. And it's a really complicated scenario. It will also be affected by the weather. So it would be difficult to say whether the percentage of electric vehicles coming into town would make enough difference if we got a congested period. I'm sorry, that may not fully answer it, but the further we go along the route towards electric vehicles predominantly being the main mode of transport, the better the air quality problems will get. But air quality is about various different gases and particulates, and the particulates still come off the tires, the brakes as well. So say it's a very complicated situation, but more electric cars help, yes, but it's not the full solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Peter. I just did a very quick search online there when Councillor Stewart asked about electric cars, and it tells me that 1.5% of cars in the UK are electric. Does that sound real to you? It was the first Google answer. I have no idea if it's correct. Does that sound right to you?
Well, we do know that Perth and Kinross is above the national average, but yes, it's very small.
Okay, thank you. Right, well, I see no further questions, so I'm just going to sum up this paper. I've outlined my thoughts on it, I think, in the introduction. I think it's fair to say that the Council's team have looked at public transport as a viable option to this and explored that and deemed it to not be possible. It's my view, therefore, that given the impact that the coronavirus pandemic has had on the high street, that we should go ahead with this. I completely understand the discussion we've had about empirical evidence and so on, but we've already talked about in our discussion about 20-mile-an-hour limits that people like them. I know people like this, and I know the traders like that. I think that's a given fact. So I'm formally happy to move this report, and I believe Councillor Stewart is standing by to second it.
Yep, thank you, Convener. I'm very happy to second this report. We've got a situation where we are trying to encourage and grow the economy across the country, not just here in Perth and Kinross, but this is our contribution in Perth and Kinross, and particularly as we're emerging from the pandemic, and high street traders, city centre traders have suffered badly. The measure is popular with those traders. We brought it in. I had discussions with the Traders Association about this back in 2017, and that's why we brought it in. I note the concerns regarding climate change or air quality, emissions and so on, that have been brought forward in some of the questions. However, a commitment to action on climate change doesn't mean that all personal travel has to be discouraged, particularly at a time of year when families will be going out to do their Christmas shopping together, when people will want to meet up with their friends and families during the festive season. It's not an either or situation. You know, the response to climate change is not for everybody to stay at home for all time. So I think that it's incumbent on us to support those traders, and I know, because I've taken a keen interest in this policy from the start. I know that it's popular with not only our Perth and Kinross residents, but visitors to the area. And Hunter has dismissed the positive response online and on social media to the policy. I've looked at it a lot of previous years, and it's not just a good response. It's an almost universally favourable response. It's not, you know, there's not a mix of responses about it. It's you know, an overwhelming majority of people appreciate this policy and are in favour of it. And I know that it's popular as well with the traders, and I'm very happy to second it.
Right, thank you, Councillor Stewart. I think for the first time in my experience as a committee convener, we have two amendments, so I'm going to be relying on help from committee services as to where we go with this one. But I presume that as Councillor Parrott was first with his request for amendment, we go to Councillor Parrott first to hear from him, or do we have a slide ready to show us what the amendment is?
Thank you very much, Convener. I forwarded a slide to council officers earlier, and I hope that they can now show that on the screen. But whilst that's happening, I will just speak to the amendment. There it is. The paper is well intentioned, and I respect the thought that has gone into it, but there's a different view, and that is that it's mistaken at this point in time. We cannot say one thing but go on doing contradictory things. The COVID pandemic has made life very difficult for 18 months and did indeed lead to temporary environmental improvements, but we are all getting back into our old, bad, environmentally damaging ways. We not only have to improve the situation we not only have to improve the situation to the point where we're slowing down the rate of damage. We have to improve the situation to the point where the overall situation is actually improving, and I feel that we're not doing enough at the moment. We have to do. This measure and the intent for future years is part of that doing. Ideally, we might have introduced public transport initiatives this year, but COVID has left operators in a bad place, and doing anything this year would have been difficult, if not impossible. I accept that. I hope very much that next year there are opportunities for public transport initiatives at the festive season. My view is that if we don't do this now, a small measure, then we're falling at the first hurdle and will not be prepared to do bigger things. I would ask people to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parrott. Do you mind if I just ask you a point of clarity on it? Is your amendment to abandon the process this year and do absolutely nothing, but then for next year and thereafter to engage with public transport? Or is it to engage with public transport this year? Because I think we've heard that's already happened.
It's to. I'd hoped it was clear. It's to say that we do not go ahead with the free offer this year. And that's what we do this year. But in next and future years, we do engage with public transport operators to seek to make sure that we can incentivise the increased use of public transport during festive season.
Thank you, Councillor Parrott. That's how I read it, but I just wanted to be absolutely clear. So thank you for the clarity. I'm relying on.
I have a seconder.
Oh, of course, yes. Good point. Thank you. I see a hand going up. We have a seconder.
Yeah, can I just add, and I'll be reasonably brief. I second this amendment. I think we do have to recognise we've got COP26 in a few days' time. We've actually got a climate change action session this afternoon, a whole number of drop-in sessions next week. Hopefully, we're going to have a full council meeting on the 15th of November on the council's climate action plan, and I believe we've got to send out the right message at this point, that we really view this as such an important priority. And indeed, I've made the point earlier, I actually think climate change, climate action should be included in as almost a sixth strategic objective. I think if now we just simply go ahead with free festive parking this year, it is not sending out the right message. It may not be with some people popular, but on a lot of stuff on climate action, there are going to be things that are not popular, but which we have to do and are an imperative for us. So I do support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now I'm going to rely on Christina to keep me right. Christina, I take it we now go to the second amendment, hear what that's about, and then we would take a decision. And my suggestion would be we go into recess. But is that the correct process, Christina?
Yes, that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Then in that case, Councillor Bailey, can we see your amendment? I presume there's a slide floating around somewhere.
Yeah, please go ahead and share that, officers, and I'll speak to that. Yeah. So before I formally move my amendment, convener, earlier you drew a comparison with other cities which our residents might decide to drive to. However, Dundee, Glasgow and Edinburgh are all taking proactive steps to keep private cars out with low emission zones and the like. I'm surprised at the suggestion that in Perth we should be involved in a race to the bottom by incentivising these polluting cars turned away from elsewhere to come and visit our fair city. In introducing the amendment, wanted to say that I'm opposed to the proposal in the motion for three primary reasons. Firstly, there's absolutely no empirical evidence here as to the effectiveness of this policy. In strained times, we need to ensure that every pound of public funding is helping us move in the direction we expect it to, and there's no evidence that these schemes help city centre businesses. In fact, there's a good risk they're harming them by encouraging folk to occupy spaces for longer, and in rural areas, including in my ward, we take steps to actually make sure that the parking spaces are turning over regularly, because traders there tell us that actually that gives them more trade because the spaces are turning over and you're getting new money in. Secondly, this is a policy which, in a small way, deepens an inequality rather than resolving it. We're saying that those who can afford private transport can have a wee bit extra in the run up to Christmas, while those who don't will get out. Then thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, 2 weeks ago as a council, we welcomed COP26 to Scotland and restated our commitment as a council to tackle climate change. Today, we have those same councillors, some of them, now effectively saying something to the effect that actually, when it comes to giving residents a freebie before Christmas, we're not so concerned about climate change. We cannot have our cake and eat it. We are either committed to tackling climate change in every regard, or we're part of the problem. Sadly, at the moment, we're part of the problem if we agree this proposal. And my amendment is that we would replace paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 to the effect that the committee notes the previous positive feedback regarding free festive parking offer, but in light of the lack of empirical evidence on the effectiveness of the policy and the climate emergency, resolves not to offer free festive parking this year and instead redirect the £15,000 towards the provision of improved electric charging infrastructure. However, having given consideration to the amendment from the SNP, I'm actually happy to withdraw my amendment at this juncture, please, and actually I'll be supporting Councillor Parrott's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm disappointed you withdrawn it. It was a very interesting amendment, but thank you. So we don't need to ask for a seconder. I would propose, therefore, that we go into recess. I think we'll all have a little bit of discussion we have to do about this. It's now 1:20. I think we'll have a recess until 1:35. So let's come back here at 1:35 and we'll see where this takes us. Councillor Parrott has asked to speak very briefly. Please carry on.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to express my thanks to Councillor Bailey for choosing on this occasion to withdraw his amendment and support ours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Audrey, can you hear me?
Angus, could you tell him I got back into the meeting?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. Audrey, can you confirm if everyone is here, because it's now 1:35?
Yep, everybody is showing as being in the meeting.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Having had recesses, I'm sure we're keen to move on. I now open up the floor to comments. I'm happy if members wish to go straight to a vote. I'm not worried. It's entirely in the hands of us all. So, what's the view of the group? Do we go to comments, or I see Councillor Robertson has a comment to make? So let's do that. So, Councillor Robertson, followed by Councillor Gray.
Thanks, convener. I have to say that I'll be voting with the report. If ever there was a bad time to make things even worse for retailers, surely it's now. The SNP are known as an anti-business party, and this is just another classic example of that. As someone who's actually run a business and knows how hard it is to actually sometimes cover your overheads and costs, and struggle with recessions and inflation and all sorts of things, I cannot believe the sort of insensitivity of the motions that have been put forward in this year of all years. I can understand if this comes back next year, and we rescind the idea to give free parking for all the reasons that people have said, but not this year. So I'll be voting with the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on briefly, please, to Councillor Gray, followed by Councillor Lane. Councillor Gray, the floor is yours.
Thank you, convener. Well, speaking as a businessman, I would like to reject Councillor Robertson's comments there regarding business people. I very much support the amendment. I'm looking at a screen here and it says Scots brace for danger to life, amber alert as Met Office extend the warning. Now this is a current warning affecting the bottom half of Scotland tonight and tomorrow. These are regular occurrences that happen all the time, and in the words approximately perhaps of Sir David Attenborough yesterday, he said, if we don't start today, tomorrow is too late. I very much support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gray, for that very brief comment. Councillor Lane, next, please.
Thank you. And again, Councillor Robertson asserts absolute nonsense in the fact that the SNP are an anti-business party, and his own ideas, he should state that it's not well known, it's maybe well known within his house, but nowhere else. The argument that's been used here is flawed, that it's helping business. And it was blown apart by Councillor Stewart's comment about, and others, that when they drive around Perth at Christmas time, they can't find car parking spaces. That's because people go in and park all day. There's no incentive for churn. There's no incentive for more people to fill these spaces. And if you're talking about the effect, climate change effect and air quality, all that extra driving round the time for the particulates, etc., searching for your car parking space that somebody can come in at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning and be there all day, adds to the air inequality. So the argument that this is benefiting business by having no churn, no turnover, and the question was, how many times has the barrier been raised? Are there more cars there with this free car parking, or are there less? We don't have the evidence. We're going against what we should be doing in climate change with no evidence, just suppositions from people like Councillor Robertson, who have no more idea than I do about because we have no evidence in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. Councillor Jarvis for hopefully a brief comment.
It will be brief. I think we have to look a bit further beyond this year. It won't just be helping our businesses for this year, which it will do if we have the free parking. But if all our businesses were to go to the wall, the effect on the environment would be appalling, because people would all have to go elsewhere and shop. So I'm not supporting the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jarvis. I don't see any other comments coming up, so presumably I'll hand over to Christina or Kirsten to, I presume, Christina, the next process is to go straight to the vote, is it?
Yes, yes, it is, convener. So, councillors, we are considering the festival car parking 2021, item 9 on the agenda. We have a motion moved by Councillor Forbes and seconded by Councillor Stewart to move the recommendations as detailed in the report. We have an amendment by Councillor Parrott, seconded by Councillor Donaldson, to agree that free festive parking will not be offered this year, and agrees that the future years, due to the imperatives of the climate change agenda, council officers are requested to engage with public transport operators to determine ways of incentivising the increased use of public transport during the festive season. When I call out your name, could you tell me if you're voting for the motion or the amendment? Councillor Bailey.
Amendment.
Councillor Barnacle.
Motion.
Councillor Donaldson.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes.
Motion.
Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Councillor Jarvis.
Motion.
Councillor Lane.
Amendment.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor Parrott.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Simpson.
Motion.
Councillor Smith.
Motion.
Councillor Stewart.
Motion.
Councillor Williamson.
Amendment.
Convener, the motion is carried 9 votes to 6.
Thank you, Christina. Does that mean we just move on from here now, Christina?
Yeah, next item on the agenda.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that wasn't the outcome that some people were looking for, and hopefully you'll all reflect on the comments I made at the start of the paper about what the future may hold for us. So that takes us on to paper number 10. This is the very good news about the Royal National Mod, and Anna Day is with us to introduce the paper and take questions. So over to Anna, please.
Thank you very much for having me today. So this paper is to update the elected members on the Royal National Mod, which is coming to Perth in 2021, a 17-year gap. It's also to request that the Strategic Policy and Resource Committee consider allocating the £216,000 for the purpose it was intended on the event delivery of the Mod 2022. The Mod is the biggest annual celebration of Gaelic culture and includes song, art and poetry. It's a really great cultural moment for the city to welcome back more than 7,500 visitors and to highlight Gaelic in the area. It's also an economic driver, with the average visitor stay of 2 nights, plus a boost to the nighttime economy, hires for local venues, and there's a potential for extensive media coverage. A feasibility study was undertaken in 2015 as part of the bidding process. And while the numbers within the paper are now quite old, the number of participants and spend by them has remained steady until the recent COVID pandemic affected mods and the attendance. So we are quite confident that they are still relevant as we come out of the pandemic. The mod was last in Perth in 2004, and Perth and Kinross Council bid in 2017 to host the mod, which was supposed to be finishing in Perth around now. However, COVID means we've had a year delay. The update today is just to update members on the planning that's underway, including regular meetings with internal and external stakeholders, as well as local partners who will be key in the delivery. As well as extensive core mod activity, there's a large mod fringe, which will include the city centre hotels, pubs and venues hosting activities such as live music. 2 weekends ago, we had the official handover from the 2021 Inverness mod to Perth, which went well and officially started our year. Since 2006, £20,000 has been allocated to a reserve fund for the mod each financial year. On the 12th of February 2015, the Council approved that £1,200 of that was applied to the reserve fund to support events across Perth and Kinross, and a further £4,000 was spent on the bid document. Therefore, there was £196,000 in the mod budget. And by the time the mod comes to Perth in 2022, there'll be a further 20,000 applied to that fund, a total of £216,000. Out of that funds, a fee is payable to Uncommon Gaelic, which is the majority of the monies, and that pays for venue hire, staffing costs, and we've asked them for a breakdown of what this money will pay for. And the remaining funds will cover activities such as the mod fringe, any extra infrastructure, marketing activity, and activities such as dressing the city. And I'm happy to take any questions on the paper now.
Thank you, Anna. Are there any questions for Anna on this particular item? Q in the chat box, please. Okay, I'm sorry, Anna, there doesn't appear to be any questions unless my chat box is not functioning. So we'll just move straight on with this report then. It's very good news for Perth and Kinross. Anna's outlined all the benefits that the mod coming to Perth will bring, not just to Perth City, but to the wider area. And I'm very happy to move this report, and I understand Councillor Duff is primed to second it, and I imagine we may hear some Gaelic. Just at that point, his camera freezes.
Ochen.
John, I think you've gone back on mute. I think you're unmuting and muting yourself so many times you've gone back on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Tapalet nach Giram, thank you, convener. As you're right, I hope you'll indulge my first comments will be in Gaelic. Ha cóhil fiast agus chean rush, fír holichtje a bhí a garsach inna na Gaelic agus a cuirtaich ríthe. Ha sin na tuk sin gevéil a mod na sinta rígol, cutramach hirsa nar canan, ar ciol, ar cultar agus ar dulchas. Agus ha dulchas.
He's gone again.
This is not going well, is it?
No.
Okay. I think there's a point that we probably need to just move on. Christina, I'm not sure. We don't technically have this seconded yet, do we?
I would say that Councillor Duff, yeah, he did second it.
Okay. I think we're just going to have to move on to comments then. I'm looking forward to hearing some Gaelic, but nonetheless, these things are as they are. Technology has let us down. Are there any comments on this paper? Anna, you're getting a very easy run today. Oh, we have a comment from Councillor Parrott. Will this be in Gaelic, Councillor Parrott?
Thank you, convener. And no, it won't be. Sadly, Gaelic is a language in which my skills are zero. But I shades of Councillor Dugan there. I hope not. But I was looking forward to hearing Councillor Duff in Gaelic, and it's sad that we can't hear him. But I just want to say I'm fully in support of this paper. I think it will be a fantastic if the mod. When it returns to Perth, it will be brilliant for the city, and I look forward to participating in the audience for some of the events. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parrott. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, convener. Similar to Councillor Parrott, one I certainly wouldn't offend anybody's ears by my Gaelic. It's reasonably atrocious, I'll put it that way. But anyway, no, I really just wanted to say thank you very much for bringing the paper. Thank you very much indeed for this actually coming forward. It's been spoken about for many a year, and I'm glad that it's beginning to come forward, and I'm seriously looking forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCall. Are there any further comments? In that case, I will ask, can we agree this paper?
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, unless I'm missing something, that brings us to the end of today's meeting. It's been a very long meeting, and I thank everyone for their participation. Thank you to you all for your questions. Thank you to officers for answering all of the questions so well. And the team will get the answers that weren't available today out to everyone in due course. So thank you very much, and I'll see some of you later on this afternoon, but enjoy the rest of your day, and have a nice day. Goodbye, everyone.